I would like to call to order the special city council meeting. The time is now 5:34 p.m. City Clerk Duarte, will you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember LaPlante, Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Pro Tem Alvarez,
Present.
and Mayor Pacheco.
Present. First item on the agenda, approve closed session minutes, special meeting minutes of May 24th and June 14th, 2022. Are there any abstentions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will be abstaining from the closed session minutes of May 24, as well as the May 10 regular meeting minutes, as I was not present.
And Madam Mayor, I will be abstaining from the closed session minutes for June 14th as I was not present.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to approve?
So
this?
moved.
Second,
Please vote.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Frometa abstaining from the meeting minutes of May 24th and Councilmember Trujillo abstaining from the meeting minutes of June 14th.
Thank you. Before we begin the public comment period, I would like to remind members of the public that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. City Clerk Duarte, have we received any written correspondence on closed session items to be incorporated into the record?
We have not, Mayor.
Is there a motion and a second to receive and file the written public
So
comment?
moved.
Is there a second?
second. Oh,
I'm sorry, Mayor. We don't have any written public comment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's a typo there.
Okay. Members of the public wishing to address the city council regarding closed session items may now come forward and form a line. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to address the council on items listed on the special meeting agenda. Hello, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We are aware our water is contaminated. We're aware of it.
Seeing no other speakers?
What item are we on, you said?
We are on the closed session item.
Closed session item? Would that be happen to be case number 216 CV 03493 F for fat, M mother, O for Oscar, as CD Cal for $550 million? Is that the topic we're talking about?
Please proceed, Mr. Herman.
Well, I'm asking. I don't want to be off topic, mommy. So, for the record, I oppose this bullshit. Very to the point. Wayne Spindler, Tuesday, June 28, 2022. For the record, I'd like to submit this for the record. Yeah. Thank you. So, in addition to the bullshit, we know that contamination just doesn't happen by mistake. It happens because people get away with doing what they do wrong. And the failure of our municipal local government, jackasses, idiots, fools, right, Mr. Trio, think that they can bash our DA. But our DA has to understand that it's just not Pfizer dumping shit into our aqueduct. Look what Exide did for all those years. For example, in LA, when the dumb niggers down there with Jose Luis Huizar, a criminal enterprise of corrupted bullshit, fucked up our river, fucked up our neighborhoods, and fucked up the way we breathe air down there. But in this situation is by far different. And my understanding to that far difference, as you may hear, I'll read it again into the record. Government Code Section Brown Act, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, name of the case, City of Long Beach, ETAL versus Monsanto Company, ETAA case. And again, what is the grandstanding faggot safe from Long Beach, the mayor, he says, oh, I'm glad we caught them. I'm glad the courts punish people like this that believe that their money will allow them to get away with it. Right, Mr. Manager Mark Scott? It's not your money and it's not your business. It is your business when you allow a business to destroy an environment, destroy an ecosystem, destroy a fucking neighborhood, and fuck up our well water here in Downey. What's the fuck's wrong with you, stupid assholes, that you can't figure that out? It's just dumbfounding that we allow this type of shit that was handled back then like Excite. And now we're living in it again. That's why I say America's doomed, because we got too much fucking corruption, too much fucking enterprise of criminals. And yes, as you heard from NWA, fuck the police. What are they doing about it? What the fuck are the police doing about it, mommy? And what the fuck is the assemblywoman going to do about it? Nothing. Nothing. Because each time the grand standards of all these complaints never go through until the very end, because it takes the right people to fuck these people over and make you pay the price. In my last moment of time, I'm turning this into the record regarding case number 216 CB 0349.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Thank you. Here you go.
Is there a motion to close public comment? Moved. Second. Is there a second? So ordered by the mayor. Members of the, I'm sorry. The city council is now going to recess to close session of the city council under the following authorities. Mr. Herman, you may have a seat. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, name of case, City of Long Beach et al. Versus Monsanto Co. et al., case number 216 CV 03493 FMOAS CDC Cal. We will now recess to close session. The time is now 5:42 PM. We will now reconvene the special city council meeting. Madam City Interim City Attorney, do we have anything to report on closed session action?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened a closed session meeting beginning at 5:30 this evening and convened into the closed session room to discuss the one item of business listed on the posted agenda, which was the matter of the City of Long Beach et al. Versus Monsanto Co. The City of Downey is a member of the class of plaintiffs in that case by virtue of being subject to the MS4 permit and being in a water body that is subject to some limits on PCB contamination and impairments. So the City of Downey agreed tonight to accept a settlement in this lawsuit in the amount of $2,023,189 and agreed to waive and release Monsanto from future claims related to PCB contamination. And the matter was approved unanimously by the City Council with a motion by Councilmember Frumetta, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alvarez. And that concludes my report for the evening.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Special City Council meeting is now adjourned. The time is now 6:35 p.m. And I would now like to call to order the regular City Council meeting. City Clerk Duarte, will you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember LaPlante,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alvarez,
Present.
and Mayor Pacheco.
Present. I would now like to invite up Reverend Tanya Lopez, Senior Pastor, Downey Memorial Christian Church, to do the invocation for us.
Good evening. Please join me in prayer. Eternal God, you are known by many names, and you are the source of love and the fount of wisdom. We thank you for the gift of being together in this place and space. We thank you for the lives of those who have said yes to being public servants and for the gifts that they bring to their work. We ask that you bless the work that will be done tonight. May the updates, reports, questions, plans, decisions, hopes, and goals that this body of community leaders have been working on be guided by a spirit of collaboration. Remind us, O God, of our interconnectedness so that through the sharing of ideas and through active listening, we might meet the needs of our community and our city. In your name, together we pray. Amen.
I would now like to invite up Jason Chacon, Director of Parks and Rec, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Place your hand over here. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jason. Okay. Thank you, and welcome again, everyone, to our council meeting. Next item on our agenda will be city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference meeting reports, and I will start off with my far left with council member Trujillo.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to your city council meeting. I want to thank my Park and Rec Commissioner, Alex Hanks, for bringing the issue of a second dog park in Downey to my attention. I would like the staff to look into the possibility of adding a second dog park, particularly in the south side of Downey, so that our southern residents can tend to a dog park and not have to travel all the way to the north side. So the staff could look into that possibility. I don't know how long it takes to find out if we can get a dog park, but I only have 2 years left in this term. So hopefully I could leave here by adding a second dog park. Congratulations to the Chamber of Commerce on the installation. Well-attended event. Thank you for the invitation. And I want to recognize the Executive Director of the Chamber, Mr. Michael Calvert, who's here in the audience. Hello, Michael. And the State Gallery, a very successful opening of the current exhibition. I also had a chance to attend SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments. We worked together as a region with other neighboring cities to try to identify ways we can improve, particularly around the area of transportation. So it was an informative meeting. Was able to go to the Dodgers game. I would like staff to look into the possibility of having Downey Day at the Dodgers. And perhaps we can organize a trip. I know sometimes for our parents, it's hard. I myself was never taken to a baseball game. That would have been the San Francisco Giants. So if we could do anything to provide an opportunity for our kids, all our kids, to be able to make it to a Dodgers game, perhaps we could set up a couple buses and get group rates for our kids to make it to the Dodger game. Probably not going to happen this season, but if we could do it for next season, that'd be fantastic. Our concerts in the park are in full swing. Don't forget Wednesday at beautiful Furman Park. Please respect our neighborhoods. Don't litter. That's just tacky. I was able to tour our city with our new city manager, Mr. Scott. I must admit that after the tour, I said, this guy's going to think horrible of Downey, because I was showing him what I think areas need improvement. But I think he also got the gist of how beautiful Downey is to us, particularly when it comes to neighborhood preservations. I think one of the things that makes us a desired city are beautiful neighborhoods. I get to drive around, and I know we're in a drought, but it's always beautiful to see green lawns and people taking care of their lawns. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Congratulations to Ferias Legales. They had their woman empowerment event. I was invited. They recognized an incoming judge, and it was good to see women getting together, especially in light of all the attacks on women's rights going on at the federal level. So congratulations to Ferias Legales. We are in the process of renovating 2 of our smaller parks, Temple Park and Crawford Park. Please bear with us. They're not going to be accessible while we do the renovations. We're able to get some grant money. So this is in addition to the Prop S funds that, thanks to you for agreeing to tax yourself, we're able to provide one of the most beautiful park systems of all the cities in this area. So congratulations, Downey. Our parks are just simply beautiful. And yes, we're working on Rio San Gabriel. That's the big one. It's on the landfill. So all the irrigation system after time just elevates and it becomes trip hazard for our kids. So we are working on Rio San Gabriel. Also, I had a chance to participate in downtown Downey meeting. I'm excited about the possibility of an archway being built. It's going to be at the intersection of Firestone and Downey Avenue, which is the epicenter, if you will, of our city. If you could just imagine some beautiful arches, a gateway into our downtown Downey, I think that's going to be something, a landmark that will put Downey, continue to put Downey on the map in terms of recognizing our city and our downtown area space. So I'm excited about what's coming in the future for downtown Downey. With that said, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to our residents.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. Next up, we have Councilmember Frometa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everybody. It is a pleasure to be with you this evening. Thank you to those of you in attendance, as well as those of you watching via Zoom and YouTube. I say engaged communities are strong communities, so it is nice to see the engagement of our community here. I didn't have an opportunity to attend too many events, but certainly the Rancho Los Amigos Foundation Los Floristas Scholarship event a couple of weeks ago. We continue to support, of course, our Rancho Los Amigos Foundation and the work that they do in our community for our spinal cord rehabilitation programs. We also have had a successful exhibition at the State Gallery, and I'm happy about that as well. There's a few items that I do have for staff this evening. I'm trying to keep my comments short in light of the very full agenda we have. Staff, I would like for staff to work on bringing an ordinance, a city ordinance prohibiting overnight RV parking within the city. And this includes residential neighborhoods. We understand there may be individuals living in those RVs, and we need to also balance the needs and the safety of our neighborhoods and community. I will also like staff to coordinate with LAHSA, Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, and other agencies to please clean up the encampments. We've heard from residents along Pico Vista in the northeast part of the city, along the riverbed, as well as small encampments along the railroad tracks between Brookshire and Woodruff. I would also like to ask, I think this is something that I know we've been going through so many changes within our city and in city staff, but I want to ask for an update on the historic preservation ordinance that I requested last year. I know that this is a lengthy study. However, being my halfway through 2022. We need to get an update on where we are with that historic preservation ordinance. Also, I want the public to know we are always looking at our city and the cleanliness of it. I think it's been mentioned by several of my council colleagues. It is important after the pandemic, during and after the pandemic, because of the business closures that we saw in the only to-go way of food ordering. We have seen a real increase in trash in our city. And I think we've done a fairly decent job here in the community to have a social media campaigns that address this from an educational standpoint. And that has been the hashtag #BinIt campaign. I want to make sure that we continue from a community standpoint to ensure that we are putting trash in its place. We work hard to ensure that we have clean and safe neighborhoods, and in the areas, the commercial areas, I want to make sure that, once again, I think I brought this up that at the last meeting, that staff continues to reach out to our businesses in our strip malls to ensure they have enough trash receptacles, and that our community, that also we use our social media platforms to continue those #BinIt campaigns. I also, I think many of you perhaps have been aware of the huge project that came to completion some weeks ago, the solar panel improvement project. I would like staff to also, I know that was put on our social media platforms, but I think we need to continue to bring that to light. That was a really significant project for our city in terms of increasing our environmental sustainability and reducing our carbon footprint. Also, I would like to see more information on the platforms regarding the unprecedented $40 million infrastructure and development that as a council we voted on regarding street rehabilitation and improvement projects. Also, there is a new law regarding compost, and I know that came into effect not too long ago. Many of our residents may be unfamiliar or not too sure what that means for them. So I want to make sure that from a city standpoint, we have that information on a more regular basis. Regarding, it is summer, and I hope you are staying safe and cool. As my council colleague just mentioned, we have concerts in the park every Wednesday at 7 p.m. at Furman Park. Be kind to each other, be kind to your neighbors. Once again, we don't want to see trash littered in our streets. And so every Wednesday from now through August, 7 p.m. Also, what we have is the Girls on Fire Camp. This is a great initiative for young ladies, middle school and high school, and it's a 3-day, half-day workshop scheduled for July 25th through the 27th at Downey High School. The young ladies must register prior to the event, and we are really looking forward to having this event again. Mayor Pacheco and I had it a couple of years ago, and because of the pandemic, we went dark for a couple of years, but we are excited that that is coming back. You know how to reach me, cfrometa@downeyca.org. I'm here to serve you and answer any questions or concerns you may have. Please feel free to reach out to me. And of course, follow our social media platforms, City of Downey government agency. A big shout out to our Downey Fire Department for keeping our residents safe during a 4th of July celebration. I know we're going to have later in the agenda information specific to citations and specific to the happenings of 4th of July. But I do want to say thank you. I know there were 36, 37 citations, and we did have a couple of fires that, as a result, from what we understand, illegal fireworks, and that impacted the dollar Dollar Tree on Firestone Boulevard, as well as the grocery outlet. And again, those are anything that, goes up into the sky, those are illegal fireworks, and those are illegal in the city of Downey. We have not yet banned the legal ones that you purchase in those trucks from many nonprofit organizations. But we really need to remind our residents to be conscientious. Not only have we imposed higher fines, $2,000 for the first offense, but this is the use of illegal fireworks really causes potential, death and great damage to our businesses as well as our residential neighborhoods. So please, keep that in mind. I know I continue to hear some booms here and there several days after the 4th of July. So thank you, Madam Mayor. That will conclude my comments tonight.
Thank you. Next up, we have Council Member LaPlante.
Good evening. Since the last council meeting, I've attended the Chamber of Commerce installation, the retirement event for Carol Rowland, Miss Keep Downey Beautiful. I'm not sure how we're going to keep Downey beautiful without her, but we'll have to make a try, but she did promise to come back and help. I participated in the board meeting of the Clean Power Authority and an orientation to their activities. I was able to show Mr. Scott around parts of South Downey, showing him all the places that don't exist anymore. Spent a lot of time going, well, this used to be. Showed him the South Rancho property that unfortunately the county has let become ramshackled, and showed him where Juvie was, so he would know where all the fun stuff happened in town. Pleased to participate in the park ribbon cutting for Temple Park. Temple Park honors Scott Temple, who is the only 4-time mayor of the city of Downey, and Crawford Park, which honors an early land developer in Downey. And Downey Avenue was actually named Crawford Avenue until 1934 when they decided to change it to Downey Avenues. I will be out of town for the July 26th meeting. I will make arrangements to participate via Zoom or whatever if it looks like there are agenda items that would need my participation. Anybody who wants to join me at a hotel in St. Louis, feel free to come and join me in that conference room. It will be posted if I do find I need to attend. And Mr. Trujillo, I don't think you miss a darn thing not going to Giants games. Those of us who got to go to Dodger games growing up.
I lived in LA County now 33 years. I'm a Dodger fan now.
Okay.
And all my family in San Francisco knows it.
Okay. As long as we're not dealing with a Giants fan down there.
Thank you, Council Member. Next up, we have Mayor Pro Tem Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hello, good evening, Downey. This week I attended the groundbreaking of Temple and Crawford Park. I look forward to working with my colleagues to identify more opportunities of green spaces. Green spaces are important for everyone from children to students to seniors. Thank you all to all our staff for helping to make this space possible. Next, I wanted to say that I'm very concerned about reports of more Downey tenants facing harassment and evictions. Tenants are hardworking people and many don't speak English. Some landlords are just taking advantage of it, and we need to look into it. I look forward to working with my colleagues and in this matter. Request, I want a presentation on downtown Downey specific plan. Current council should learn about it and what is it about and what is it that is being done and what is it need to be done in the downtown Downey. That concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, welcome everyone to your council meeting. It's a pleasure to see everyone here in attendance. I wanted to start off with just mentioning a couple of events that I attended. On June 29th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce installation and luncheon. So I want to say a huge congratulations to the new president, Carmen Gonzalez, who is here. Can you please rise and we can give you a round of applause? She is the new president for the Downey Chamber of Commerce. So again, congratulations. It was truly an honor to be there when you were sworn in and also swearing you in. So thank you very much. And you also have your husband next to you. Please wave. You're not going to wave? Let's give him a round of applause too. Also, on June 29th, I attended the Citizens Academy graduation at the Downey Police Department Station. Citizens Academy consists of residents who have an opportunity to get a training and get firsthand experience of what our Downey police officers do. There's even a simulator that they're able to participate in. This is a great learning experience for Downey residents, and many residents appreciate this program. And we usually do have a full class of maybe 20 to 30 people. When, Police Chief, when do we have our next Citizens Academy?
We don't have the next one scheduled yet, but we typically do 1 to 2 a year.
Okay. But they are very good. And so if you haven't had an opportunity to attend, please follow us on social media to get more information about our next academy. Also, I attended the groundbreaking ceremony at Temple Park and Crawford Park. And as you all heard, we also got a historical lesson at the groundbreaking ceremony from Councilmember LaPlante. Some upcoming events, we have a ribbon cutting this Saturday. So if you have an opportunity to come by the Rancho Los Amigos Sports Complex, we will be there for a special ceremony at 10 a.m. And as was mentioned, we have our Girls on Fire workshop coming up. There's still space available. So if you know any young ladies here in Downey, middle school and high school girls who want to participate, you can find information on our Downey website and go under Girls on Fire and you can register there. All right.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I wanted to recognize my husband and former Planning Commissioner Noveris, who's in the audience. Thank you for joining us, as well as family from out of the country that is visiting, my Aunt Miri and my cousin Rebecca. So thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for joining us.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I wanted to apologize to Sam and Lupe. I was not able to attend Sam Seraphine's ceremony. I want the residents to know we have a new Eagle Scout. If you know anything about the process, it's so rigorous. I wish he was here today. We recognize him. He's been a youth commissioner. That young man and Sarah, his sister, are the bright future of Downey, just like the Frometa kids, right? We have generations of leaders in the city. And I do want to recognize Sam and Lupe for doing such a fantastic job. And I'm so sorry I could not attend the event, but I wanted to recognize them. Thank you. My apologies for not bringing that up earlier.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that. I know Councilmember, actually, it was Councilmember Frometa, Councilmember LaPlante, and myself were there, and we did provide a certificate. Is this on? Certificate recognizing him for his great accomplishment. So thank you very much. Okay, on to presentations. This evening, we have two presentations. The first presentation, I'm going to invite up Jason Chacon, our Parks and Rec Director. It is a proclamation in honor of Parks Make Life Better Month.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Since 1985, the people in the United States have celebrated July as Parks and Recreation Month to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of Parks and Recreation, and to recognize the full and part-time staff who do these programs in the community for hundreds and thousands of people in their local parks. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our staff at our local parks. It's been a very difficult summer. We have shortages in different parts of our department, but our staff do a great job to provide summer camp, aquatics, our senior services, trips. We did senior meal programs during COVID. It's something that our staff and our department love to do, giving back to our community. So the fact that we get a month to celebrate that is great for us. And we've had a city council and a community who supports us throughout the years. So we're very lucky. So we thank you and we thank the community for that. So thank you.
Thank you. So I have here a proclamation. I'm not going to read it all, but it's a proclamation for Parks Make Life Better. We have quite a number of parks here in the city of Downey, and we have improved our parks to make them better. But also we have a great Parks and Rec department. Like what was mentioned, during COVID, our Parks and Rec staff, they had a pivot from their regular programming, and they provided meals for our seniors, and they provided activities for our seniors. They also provided activities for our youth by going to homes and creating different events to get our youth and our community engaged, from having different activities from 4th of July events, Halloween events. And so during COVID, they continued to work hard to make the community engaged. So I just want to thank our Parks and Rec director and Parks and Rec staff for everything that you do. I want to recognize you this month, but also recognize you every day for all the hard work that you do for our great city. Thank you. Next up, we have some certificates of recognition to the artists of the Ofrendas art exhibit. And for this, I would like to invite up Councilmember Trujillo to help me with this presentation.
So one of the things that I heard the voters say is that they wanted a little more involvement in terms of art and culture and history. And I sincerely believe that the Downey quality of life will be better if we have more of an integrated art, culture, and history program. So to that end, I want to recognize some of our groups and long-lasting groups in Downey, the Downey Arts Coalition in particular, for staying strong and true to who you are and fighting to bring those values to our city, and all the other artists and individuals who are interested in culture and history. You know, one of the things that separates us from other cities is the strong history that we have, starting with the space program. So be proud of our little city. We have strong history, and we're bringing back arts and culture. It's always been here, actually, but we really want to highlight it in the coming years. So thank you to all the artists who participate, and continue to stay true to yourselves and your passions. Thank you. Yes. Valentina Aguilar, please come forward. Elizabeth Gutierrez. Please come forward, Elizabeth. Gisela Naya. Andrea Flores. Polaris Castillo. Lindsay Parks. Pat Gill. Way to go, Pat. Alistair Hunter. Andrew Hernandez. Eloisa Ball. Carolina Estrada del Toro. Jorge del Toro. Amazing sculptures. If you haven't seen his work, we're hoping to bring some programming to the Downey Theater. The Downey Arts Coalition is trying to bring a program. We're working on it once a month where you could bring your kids. It'll be like a museum-like setting in our beautiful lobby. We're trying to make it happen. All right. Marisela Aviña. Pinchi Michi. Okay. Hector Silva. Hector. Actually, how are you, man? Marina Aguilera. Isabel Acosta. Ronnie Flores. Hector, I have yours over here, man. Good to see you. I actually own a couple of Hector's pieces. Ronnie Flores. Kristen Hates. Wendy Hernandez. Rosa Maria de Alvarez. Congratulations, everyone. Please, let's recognize our artists. And if we can get you to spread out this way. Somebody can come this way for a picture. We're gonna line up right here. All right.
Oh, Andrew. But we have everybody?
Maybe a couple more on this side. Alistair, you want to come over here?
Sure.
Just right extra?
You aren't gonna
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Oh,
Thank you. All right.
good.
Good.
Yeah, front and center, front and center.
Yes, we need to push this back.
No, more right here. Right here. One right here. Where do you want me?
Can we get closer?
Squeeze in, everybody. Squeeze in. All right. 1, 2, 3. One more. Oh, one more. All right. Yeah. All right. You got
Yeah. Yeah, for that, yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Can't you learn anything? What's that on your back? Artwork. I couldn't get it. Well, you should have gotten an award for that, man. Somebody did a great job. I'm recognized. Some people are artists nowadays. You could have got an Oscar for that. You called it Wiener.
Okay. We'll give ourselves a couple of seconds for people to leave. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing. City Clerk Duarte, do you have anything to say?
Yes, Mayor, before you open the public hearing, I just wanted to clarify that the correct fiscal year under the recommendation in the staff report is 2022 through 23 instead of 2021 through 22.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. The item up for public hearing is Federal Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Grants fiscal year 2022-23 Annual Action Plan. That the City Council approve the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 Annual Action Plan. Authorize the city manager to submit the document and the required certification to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorize the city manager or his designee to modify and execute any and all appropriate instruments, agreements, contracts, and implementing documents related to the implementation and administration of the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 Annual Action Plan, Community Development Block Grant, and Home Investment Partnership Grant Program, including subrecipient grant contracts and agreements based on the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's appropriation to the city. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:12 p.m. City Clerk Duarte, do we have proof of publication?
We do, Mayor.
Can I have a motion and a second to receive and file the
So
publication?
moved.
Is there- Please vote.
Oh.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Interim City Manager Scott, is there a staff report?
There is, and I believe Jessica Flores is over here, ready to come up. Would you rather do the report sitting? Okay.
I'm still here and I can stand. I'm a little shorter than usual, council members and mayor, so I apologize. Not wearing my heels as I usually do. But good evening, Mayor and Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm here tonight to present fiscal year 22-23 Annual Action Plan. As you may recall, I was before you here earlier this year in January during a public hearing then that opened up the annual process that HUD requires of the city to approve the city's Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership, or HOME programs. And so tonight I'm here before you to present those CDBG and HOME programs to you. As you can see in the table in front of you, the CDBG allocations have been actually given to the city. Well, not given to the city, but they've been given. The numbers have been given to us this year in late May, and so that's why we're here before you a little bit later than usual. And so here I show you the CDBG allocation for 22-23 being proposed at $1,020,770,000. That's a 4.46% decrease from last year. And that is the equivalent of about $49,494 from last year. And then the home allocation this fiscal year is $457,809. And that's actually a 4% increase, or about $17,811 from last year's allocations. So in front of you here, you can see the actual budget and how it's being proposed to be allocated this year. It's generally what you've seen in previous years. We propose to fund housing rehab program, which is in full effect this year. Code enforcement, which you've seen in the past. We were able to fund all existing public service providers, as you see here in the list. And then we are also proposing to fund fair housing services. We do need to make some payments for some Section 108 loans that we hold currently. And those are about 4 at this time. We pay both principal and interest on those loans. And then the general program administration costs, which you see here, that total $1,267,258. And that number is a little different from the allocation because we do get some payoffs during the year. So some income from loans that are existing and that get paid off, and carryover funds from last fiscal year. Here you see the home budget. And so in the home budget allocation, the allocation is funding the remaining housing rehab program. So we have two funding sources for the rehab program. We also fund Affordable Housing Partnership at $68,671. And we have an existing rental assistance program or our homelessness prevention program through our partnership with the Whole Child. And so the Whole Child actually does receive that funding for the assistance to families in the community. And then our general admin costs that total $1,724,049. And as I mentioned previously, I was before you for a first public hearing on January 25th of 2022 of this year. We did follow up with 3 community meetings this year. They were all via Zoom. And we did announce those through the various outlets that we'd use, Downey Patriot, Downey Latino, the city's website, social media outlets, even our Facebook groups like Positively Downey, the Nextdoor app. And we do have also a comprehensive list in the community development department of emails. And so we do also email all of these meetings out to people in that comprehensive list. Unfortunately, we did not have any attendees at any of the 3 meetings.
Wow.
And so I think it was really just a Zoom. We usually have Councilmember Trujillo and Councilmember Catherine have been in our meetings in the past. And, we've had attendees, but I honestly feel it was probably the Zoom, but we do usually have attendees.
How many attendees do we usually have?
We don't have too many though. It's not a council meeting, but I think in the past, the most I've seen at a meeting is possibly 5. So, yeah.
But, and again, I think these are advertised widely, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where can people know that these are happening aside from our social media platforms?
Oh, as I mentioned, we do hard copy in the Patriot and Latino, Downey Latino, the Downey website. We put it in the Facebook groups. We do the Nextdoor app. And then we send emails out directly to people on our comprehensive list. That's 500 plus persons on that comprehensive list.
So people cannot complain. These are not being advertised widely.
I hope
correct?
not. Okay. I hope not. And that is actually, so tonight is the last public hearing that we are required to hold. And so once this meeting is over, then we are able to submit the action plan to HUD for approval. And if you have any questions, this does complete my report.
I just have one question, Jessica.
Sure.
We had discussed before, and I saw on your report, the 20 homes that were part of the rehabilitation program.
Yeah.
Would you please, again, for purposes of information for our residents, how many homes are we able to do on any given year, and what are the qualifications for that program?
Sure.
And what type of a wait list do we have?
So our goal is to complete 20 residences every fiscal year. And so we are at this moment, we have 25 active rehab projects, and we have 150 households on our wait list. And so we have plenty of households on the wait list to be able to hopefully get through that funding that you see allocated. Some of the requirements really they're all HUD restrictions and regulations, but the most important is household income, that it's owner occupied, single family owner occupied, household income limit, which is moderate, depending is the max that we can assist. I don't think I have them in front of me here, but it just depends on the household size. So depending on that, then I think I saw one today where it's a household of 1. The maximum is about $66,900 on annual income. And then we can, if they make that or under, we can assist them with this rehab program.
Okay. And again, I saw we have a decrease, 4% decrease from last year's budget to this year.
Yeah.
And so, and we have, previous slide, was it 156,000?
So we have the 351 for housing in CDBG,
Okay.
and then we have the 105, the 1,551,000.
1,500,000.
Yeah, and so that reason that number is at where is that is because, like, as I mentioned, we do have a program income that we've gotten in the last fiscal year. And we also have rollover monies from this fiscal year in that specific program.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I have a question regarding code enforcement, 120,000.
Yes, sir.
Is that paid for staff?
Yes, it's for staff time for any time that they invest into CDBG areas.
And has code enforcement been a line item for the block grants for
Yes.
the last decade?
Oh, plus.
At least.
Yes,
Thank you.
at least.
Thanks.
I'm just wondering if we have over 100 properties on the wait list, and we can only take 20 a year. I'm just, the next few years. And again, with people falling in hard times, I just wonder if there's any way that we can channel additional funds to, boost, of course, any property that is not kept really impacts the property values of those properties around it. So how can we, what can we do to maybe allocate more funding to that?
Can I ask a quick question before you answer that?
Sure.
So the combination of the two from home and CDBG is 1.7 or 1.8 million. The 20 houses we can do a year.
That's just our goal.
That's a goal.
Yeah, that's a goal. So
but
that the funding now, if we were to max it out with the staff, if we had enough staff to max it out, which we could try, we could do 40 plus homes.
That was my
and
guess.
get through the wait list.
So there is
almost 50.
We can talk about how we can make it go further with extra resources, and it's worth reporting back. We'll
thank you.
follow up on that.
I think that's, thank you. Thank you, Mark. That's what I was trying to also get to, because we want to make sure, Downey has been known as a community where, we take care of our neighborhoods, we take care of each other. And we want to make sure that those individuals that have applied and on the wait list, are not on the wait list, for several years, that we can hopefully get to it and be able to maximize those resources.
Absolutely.
Understood.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments from my council colleagues, I will now open this item up for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, have we received any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we have. We have one written public comment regarding the development plan and campaign donations. Copies of this written public comment.
Is it for the this public hearing?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, that written public comment has been provided to the council and is also available in the back of the room at the table for members of the public and on our city website.
Okay. Thank you. Members of the public wishing to address the city council regarding the public hearing item may now come forward and form a line. I remind speakers that you have 3 minutes to address the council. Mr. Herman?
So yeah, everybody, you know what a CDBG HUD funded program is? It's about one thing. And this is what a CDBG does for 20 homes and possibly 40, according to your city manager, Mr. Scott. But what NIG has done anything right? What's long-term, Scott? Never in the history. Accept this. Because samples like you don't realize how important it is to assist people. And in a time like today with inflation, and a nigger like me struggling just to get by day by day with one fucking check in this hand and one fucking inflation going this way too. So who's getting fucked? Who's getting fucked? Now, my understanding that the total amount of $1.5 million, rounded off, 478-579 and change, ching, ching, It's clearly not enough money. So why do we have elderly people suffering when we know that their income is not enough to repair their homes? Now, I personally can be an example to something like that, but that will come later when I explain it to you. If I'm awarded such an opportunity by Hilda Consolis and the Los Angeles County Housing Authority in Alhambra, 42 USC 1983, as I will tell you politely, fuck you. We need transparency. We need to know why children in rental assistance program, the whole child, are only receiving $25,000, mommy. Oh, I get it. You're more concerned about Jack, little Russell dog. Woo, 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 woo. You'd rather provide a home and a doggy park for him, right, Mr. Trio? But what about the fucking kids at Downey that don't have shit? What about the elderly that are struggling right now with inflation? And what about the rest of us that today work check to check and none of you want to believe me? Then figure it out for yourself. The only person I know doing wrong here is you, mommy. And you want to be the assemblywoman? Well, let me read into the record what Wayne Spindler said. I oppose this bullshit. And that's what I'm turning in for the record, mommy, because it is bullshit. It's bullshit because the people of Downey need to learn that if you don't speak up for what you're struggling on, you will always struggle. And if you want to believe in a political arena like this, where they talk all this bullshit and give you idiot lies, then what the fuck is Catherine Alvarez doing to talk about rental assistance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Good evening. I'm not sure if this is the role of local government to get involved in these matters at all. I don't know what the answer is for everybody in each category up there. I don't claim to know what the answer is, but what you're doing is inefficient. It's not efficient at all. Obviously, some people will think that's not enough. Well, what would be enough? How much money should we spend? Give us a number. 4 million, 5 million. How much more do you want? What would it take to solve all the problems of everybody in our city? You can't do it. You've never been able to do it, and you won't be able to do it. As I've said before, the government could run the Sahara Desert and there would be a shortage of sand within 6 months. You can't do it. But I don't know the answer. I'm not going to claim I know the answer either. Okay, but stop wasting our money on this stuff. This is a federal project, not a local issue. It's not. So, and as for the notifications, why you don't have anybody, Facebook, Twitter, those are inefficient. They don't work. People don't pay attention. You have fake people on there. Well over half of them are fake. And everybody knows it. Elon Musk trying to buy Twitter. Everybody knows it's fake. And now that sale is in jeopardy because of it. People, there's no demand to help the people in this situation. They have to get jobs. They have to get education to increase their education, to make more money, to pay their mortgage, to fix their house up. Homelessness prevention. I mean, God, you guys have done that for 70 years. And how is it doing for LA? What's it done? They went from spending 10 million there to $1 billion. What's Garcetti done for LA? Oh, he's just created more bureaucracy and more bloat. That's all it does. Again, I don't know the answer, but you only had 0 people show up. And that was because of the lockdowns, which you never should have done. But you did what you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm back. see where we're at with the drone ordinance.
Oh, we're actually not, we're only on the public hearing item. We'll come back to non-agenda items.
Oh, so this is not it then?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. First of all, my name is Naresh Bhatta. I'm a resident of City of Almaty, but I represent the entire hotel industry of Greater Los Angeles all the way to Fresno. But before I begin, I like to say, first of all, this is the first time in City Hall in this Assembly Chamber of Commerce, Chamber City Council Hall, and I want to congratulate to the entire team for the designing, the discipline, and especially the theme you have on the wall, starting from that trustworthy, respect, responsibility, over there, citizenship, caring, and fairness. All those things are very well tailored and they are beautifully done. So congratulations to those whoever had came up with that thing. Having said that, I represent hoteliers, as I said, over 560 hoteliers in.
Sir, are you on the public hearing item? We're on the
Yes.
public hearing item.
That's what I was going to make sure, because I asked asked the gentleman over there and I said, I should be able to speak
Sir.
on the public hearing.
Were you
I
here
asked
to
the
speak
permission.
on the hotel transient?
Yes. that's
Oh,
correct.
then that's not
Yeah.
yet.
Oh, not
yet.
that one. So
It's
I
the
asked that
tax.
person.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, not
my
yet.
apologies then. So
Okay.
I'll
Sorry.
come back. Thanks.
Okay.
Morning.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. Thank you.
Right. Mike Greenspan, the Jew who's not going back to Florida, you anti-Christ Catholics. Now, one of the things the presenter had at the beginning, before the public input, talked about how to increase more productivity from the home budget. And let's be honest, what she should have said was raise taxes. That's the way it's done. But we have to lie about it and find another way to say the same thing. But raising taxes will get more money. And you just feel you can throw money at something to solve it. Now, what's the old saying? Good enough for government work? Well, look at our clerical error. Approve the proposed fiscal year 2021-22 annual action plan. Good enough for government work. That was a year ago. Now we're on the 22-23 fiscal year. So if we can't get one little detail right, how are we going to get the other stuff right? Government can't solve all the problems. It creates more problems than it solves. I hate to be that bad guy that says it's not going to work, but obviously, unless you raise the taxes, you're only going to have a certain limited amount each year you can do. But we know you can't raise the taxes, you'll lose your jobs. And Blanca Pacheco won't make the assembly if you raise the taxes, won't even have a chance. Snowball's chance in hell. So we're trying to do things. And what's it going to get us? I guess it'll get us an archway in Downey for a monument, kind of like the Hollywood sign, right? I mean, they'll all come to Downey, look at the archway. Yeah. Maybe in St. Louis, but not here. I do want to clarify that. But those are wasteful things that could be used more for housing, community development type stuff. Let me just read a little bit of Mr. Spindler's email. I hope the development plan calls for less Chick-fil-A's and McDonald's so that big fat hog Claudia Fraudmetta, repeat, moo, moo, you fat pig 3 times, will eat less fat foods. Well, after all, what are we going to do? Have a bunch of places for people to stuff their face and get fatter. And then we won't have anything else to do. So let's feed these people fattening foods that are living on the streets. And that doggy park can also house homeless people, that second doggy park at night. Great thinking.
Lee Squire, City of Brea for 31 years. I have a couple of questions. First one is, as to your completed units for rehab with CDBG versus home, how many of those units were senior citizens versus actual low to moderate income families? Number two, as to your Section 108 loan repayments, I'd like to know what were the purposes of those Section 108 loans? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a few comments and questions about this. So the community development block grant, first of all, we're looking at a figure of 1,724,000, some change. I think that figure, it's been around that for a while, but guess what? It actually kind of used to be bigger. And this is why I have repeatedly come up here and requested that the mayor actually speak to, for example, how about her employer's relative? So the mayor is employed with the son of the congresswoman, with Mr. Rick Olivares from OMLO. And guess this comes from Congress, right? So Congress gets to decide how much to spend on this community development block grant. They get to say, oh, this many million or billion, and then they do the 700 billion for war, and then they give some to countries all around the world to develop their economies. Why don't they give more to here to our local economy? So I've asked you multiple times to attempt to raise this number. You have failed, of course, always to do it. You refuse because you're a corporate politician, because of course, let us not forget that why is it that we don't get an increase of that number while, Chevron has gotten increases in the subsidies that go to them, to the Department of Energy. And, I think we're going to talk about, Kaiser. Why is it that there's no more money through the development block grant program for, helping maybe students, helping nurses? Why can't we have programs for that? Why can't we have those categories up there? Why can't you advocate for those categories? Why do you refuse to lobby for them? Huh? We know, myself and many others have been asking about this for a long time. And of course, even though now we have the outgoing Mrs. Roybal, things are not going to get better, apparently, because now we have Mr. Robert Garcia, mayor of Long Beach, who has misused the community development block grant money over there, and he's not going to be raising that money. He's not going to be pushing for raise the money. But the fact is, we don't want this wasteful spending, whether here locally or at the state or in the federal level. We want it in our communities where it belongs. We don't want your corruption. So I'm going to again ask, so now that you're going to go to the assembly, mayor, are you going to work to, with the federal officials or even with the state officials to try to increase the amounts that are given to our community so that we can have community development? Probably not, right? Because you're a corporate politician, but yet again, here, while you're still here, it's time for you to actually talk about this and actually deliver the results that working people want. We want more of our own money back here where it belongs. Thanks.
Thank you.
Move to close public comments.
Is there a second? Second.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. Thank you. Unless there are any other comments from the council, I will entertain a motion and a second to approve staff's
So moved.
recommendation.
Second.
Second. Please vote.
I can't get it. I don't.
Is that a yes, Councilman?
I vote yes.
Yes. Thank you. The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comment. I will now take public comment on agenda, non-agenda, and consent calendar items next. Before we begin the public comment period, I would like to remind members of the public that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. The city council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the city council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the city council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. Members of the audience who wish to address the city council during public comment are reminded that the city's meeting rules prohibit yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or interferes the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the city council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking. And any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the audience violating the city's meeting rules after fair warning shall be removed from the council chambers. I remind the audience that pursuant to Penal Code Section 403, it is a misdemeanor for any person to willfully disturb or break up a public meeting. Those violating Penal Code Section 403 may be cited accordingly. Unless modified by the mayor, each speaker shall have 4 minutes to address the council regarding agenda, non-agenda, and consent calendar items. Pursuant to the Downey Municipal Code, the public comment period is limited to 30 minutes. I remind speakers that your comments be addressed to me and not to any other council or staff member. City Clerk Duarte, have we received any written public comment to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we did. We actually received a total of 9 written comments. There's 2 in favor of regulating street vending, 1 in support of waiving permit fees for first-time street vendors, 1 in support of street vendor protections, 1 urging council to order an economic impact report for the initiative measure setting a minimum wage for healthcare workers in Downey, 1 urging council to refer the initiative measure to voters, and 3 to pass the initiative measure as an ordinance. That is all, Mayor, on the written
Thank
comment.
you. Copies of the written public comments received are available in the back of the room and on the city's websites for members of the public. I will now entertain a motion and a second to receive and file the written public comment. All right, please vote. Is there a question?
Yeah, for the city attorney. One of the letters that'll obviously be on our website accuses the city council of violating the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Am I correct that the Bagley-Keene Act is referring to state agencies and we are under the Brown Act, which has different requirements?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Do we have a motion? The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Members of the public wishing to address the city council may now come forward and form a line. Given the amount of speakers, each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak on agenda and non-agenda items.
Mayor, before you begin here on the podium, I do have 1 speaker that's in the back of the room and will be speaking via the wireless mic. Is it okay if that person goes first?
Yes, definitely.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Tracy, and I'm a resident of Downey. And I'm here to speak regarding the healthcare increase issue. I've worked with Kaiser Permanente for 27 years and proud and a happy worker for the city of Downey. My concern is greatly with the supporting the healthcare workers. We definitely need a lot of support. As the last 2 years we went through the pandemic, I personally got to see how important healthcare workers are to our community. My job as an administrative specialist was to, I got deployed during the pandemic to help with temperature taking and helping the employees, making sure that they had their masks, they had their gels, they were being protected. And I took great pride and concern with supporting my team of healthcare workers and making sure that they were safe, making sure that I was safe. And I got to see that the hours, long hours of working, and with, all these members have their families, their kids, they had to work overtime with COVID. And it's important. It's important not to ignore the situation. Please consider and vote today. This is very crucial. Today was COVID, tomorrow could be something else. And without our healthcare workers needing more money to help their families, to make sure that they're there every day to take care of us, it is very important.
We have 2 minutes. We didn't. It's 2
Thank you.
minutes. Thank you. I don't think that was for you, Mr. Herman.
Well, it was, so don't get mad, Mayor Baloney. Besides, listen here, Wayne Spindler for the record. Some of these developers, I suspect, are greedy, fat fuck Jews who usually eat pork and drive on Saturdays. Moo, moo, moo. So why do I say that? Because they are. And what about Mommy Blanca? Learned a lot from Cunt Han yet? Apparently not, because you sacrifice our political arena to limit us to time. That's called censorship. And besides, for the dumbass homosexuality faggot, let me remind you that the DEA office says the Bain Act 52.1 and the Ralph Act are a part of our local testimony. 42 U.S.C. 1983, politely, mommy. Fuck you and your assembly. And by the way, I'm reading into the record, Snyder versus Phelps. Sorry, mommy. God hates the USA. Thank God for 9/11. America's doom. Don't pray for the USA. Thank God for IEDs. Thank God for dead soldiers. Pope in hell. Priest rape boys. God hates fags. You're going to hell and God hates you. So now that I read this testimony, let me read Brandenburg versus Ohio. Oh, no. Let me go to Whitney versus California, 274 U.S. 357, 1927. Oh, no. Let me go to Hess versus Indiana. We'll take the fucking street later, or we'll take the fucking street again. And let me conclude with Bautista versus the County of Los Angeles, in which the deputy said, my personal relationship with a known prostitute and a heroin addict is none of your fucking business. 42 U.S.C. 1983. Thank you, mommy. You're a dumb bitch taking our time and submitting all this into the record for eliminating my time.
Thank you.
There's a CV. And there's my public testimony.
Mr. Herman.
I would reference you to Colossians 3, verse 8. But now ye also put off these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, and filthy communications out of your mouth.
Romans 1, 26 through 27. God hates
Herman, warning. You may have a seat.
Thank you, Mom.
I apologize for his foul language. He does have First Amendment rights, but I apologize for his usage of his vocabulary. And thank you, Councilmember LaPlante.
Good evening. I'm here about the drone ordinance again. The same person is still terrorizing the neighborhood, and he hasn't relented at all. He was there last night. He flies real low over our backyards and everything, comes up to our windows in the middle of the night. The dogs are barking and everything else. He sleeps during the day and he's up at night. And when the police come, they knock on the door. He won't answer the door. They say, well, he won't answer the door. So they leave. And he raises the drone up and he follows the police all the way out to Telegraph Road from Pico Vista. And, you know, this guy's got nerve. He's got a lot of nerve. But there's another problem also. in the San Gabriel flood control channel, where the 5 freeway bridge goes over the channel and Florence Avenue, there is a rubber dam that they raise and lower. And they've raised it up because of the drought. Underneath it, it's about 14 feet wide and about 50 to 60 feet long. This is open water. It's stagnated. And it's got to be a mosquito den. And there's dead birds in it. There's trash in it. There's stuff floating in it. I don't know how deep it is, but the foul odor is really bad. They need to pump that out. The flood control district in Southgate, they don't seem to want to do anything, but maybe you can put some pressure on them. But this is a foul odor. It's in the neighborhood. And in the evening at night, it gets even worse.
Madam Mayor, can we ask staff to look into this to clean up? And also, I would like to ask for the police to, I know we're going to be talking about that ordinance soon, but if we can, if this individual continues to violate whatever privacy laws we have, that he could be cited or arrested because it's not okay. I know we've been dealing with this situation for several months now.
They have a warrant. All they got to do is serve it on them.
We have to go on to the next speaker because the time's up.
Okay. Thank you.
But if we could have maybe talk to our police chief and then staff will look into it as to the foul order.
Thank you. I know that drone was over my house this week.
The drone?
Yes.
Oh. Thank you.
Two minutes. Okay, I'm going to read this. Lee Squire, Vietnam era veteran, civil rights advocate for disabilities. Mayor and City Council, disabled American veterans, children and adults with disabilities and their families. Disability Pride Month, Disability Civil Rights Month. First, where is the flag for Disability Pride Month flying at my city hall and schools honoring disabled veterans, our community, and our disabled veterans? Second, I'm requesting a proclamation for disabled American veterans for the city of Downey at the next council meeting. I'm requesting a proclamation for Curtis Care in Downey. They're a daycare center who are solely for children with disabilities since the mid-1990s, and this honors the employees for services to our community. History. Disability Pride Month is July due to the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. Celebrates federal civil rights for the disabled community. This effort was due to, yes, the second civil rights movement for those with disabilities, fighting for access to public and private buildings and services. Those wounded in action for the last 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan have come back, wounded in action, are now our disabled American veterans in this community. Again, where is the flag at City Hall and schools honoring and respecting children and adults with disabilities? We deserve the same rights as the issue of pride. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the City Council. 2 minutes. Wow, usually it's 4. I guess with 2 minutes, I only have time for one topic. For item 9, for the street vending, why is Alvarez trying to turn Downey into Inglewood or downtown LA, or put into perspective, Tijuana? Downey is already an embarrassment with Ojos Locos coming to our city, where they have a series of bad reputations. And with street vending coming in, minding that their fees are going to get waived. Think of the other small businesses that are currently trying to recover from this pandemic. Tropicana Bakery, Pop's Cafe, Florida Restaurant on Lakewood Boulevard. If you guys don't know, their restaurant got caught on fire a few months ago, and to this day, they're still boarded up. Hopefully they'll be able to reopen. I said this, and the last time I was here, I played a recording saying that Alvarez was saying that Downey was racist. And now she wants to bring street vending into our city. I've seen videos of the street vendors getting attacked. And I mean, that's uncalled for. And I don't think Downey needs to have that kind of reputation. I'm not against street vending, but I do, the street vendors have to pay their fair share, just like the rest of the other small business owners. They don't deserve to have their fees waived because that's just a free giveaway. That's why Alvarez needs to be recalled, because this city will go and turn into downtown LA and Inglewood if she becomes mayor. This is a message to every resident of District 3. Please sign the petition, recall Captain Alvarez so we do not have this city of Downey into downtown LA, Inglewood, and may God forbid, turn into the city of Chicago, where it's a complete war zone. It's just as worse as it is in LA with George Gascon in office. Thankfully, they turned in 717,000 signatures, so this is definitely going to be on the ballot in November. Vote yes. Thank you.
sir.
Good evening, Madam
Good
and the
evening.
great council members. My name is Sachin Amin. I represent the quality in Downey that we are a proud business we have with the city for 35 years. And today I'm here to oppose my opinion regarding the TOT tax. Along with the city of Downey, we are very happy to be here, but we have so many other properties, Anaheim, Huntington Beach, San Clemente, Temecula, so on and so forth. But the way recession is approaching and to raise the tax from 9% to 13%, I think it's too high. I'm not going to deny your decision, but I think gradually, as I again mentioned, the recession is approaching very fast. We are seeing a big slowdown in the business. So instead of 13%, I would meet halfway, maybe about 10.5% or maybe 11% slowly. And if you consider that my decision, I would greatly appreciate it. And secondly, those TOT money that is going to be collected, I would recommend to have a better police force. With due respect, we are happy, but so many issues happening every time when we call the police, they don't come on time. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Once again, I introduced myself earlier, so I just echo the same sentiments what my previous person spoke. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to have it gradually done instead of a sudden increase from 9 to 13, as we are still in a pandemic situation. So it would be wiser for everyone to understand the math of the mathematics that what we're going through. So it will be highly appreciated if you can consider from changing from perhaps maybe 11%. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adina Tesler. I'm here to discuss item number 8. And I'm here on behalf of the Hospital Association of Southern California. The Hospital Association represents over 180 members and 35 health systems, all with the common goal to improve the environment for hospitals and the health of the communities they serve. HAS strongly urges the City Council to refer this measure to the ballot for the Downey voters to decide. We also request the city order an economic analysis prior to taking any action so that the City Council and voters are fully informed of the potential economic impacts. The minimum wage measure before you is flawed, inequitable, and risky. It targets only private hospital facilities and their workers, excluding many providers serving the most vulnerable communities in Downey. Our research has found that the workers at 65% of the healthcare facilities in Downey would be excluded from this benefit. The measure would set a $25 hour minimum wage standard for certain workers at private hospitals only, including dialysis clinics. This measure excludes workers doing the same jobs at public hospitals, community clinics, and healthcare facilities, including the University of California, county hospitals, FQHCs, Planned Parenthoods, and many others. Almost 80% of the healthcare workers that make less than $25 an hour in Downey would be excluded from this measure. We urge you to take a look at the actual impact and who is included and excluded before you take an action, to refer this to the ballot now that it has qualified, to let the voters decide. Similar to what Inglewood is doing, Long Beach, Monterey Park, and Culver City, all are looking at the actual economic analysis. This is a regional issue. It's been filed in 9 cities in LA County, and we encourage you to look at it that way. We also strongly urge you to refer it to the measure so that the people can decide.
Thank you. Excuse me, no booing.
Madam Mayor, I'm Deborah Legan with PIH Health, Downey Hospital, and I'm also here to speak about item number 8. PIH Health Downey Hospital has cared for this community for well over 100 years. We're keenly aware of the challenges that have faced healthcare workers, especially the last 2 years. As a matter of fact, we were one of the first systems in Los Angeles County to offer increased wages to our staff that worked in the COVID units and to provide housing in hotels, many of them down the street in the Embassy Suites during the pandemic. We're committed to providing our staff competitive market wages. We evaluate on an annual basis, but this ballot measure is deeply flawed and it's inequitable. And in fact, 65% of the workers in Downey will not be eligible to receive the increased minimum wage. There's a lot of unintended consequences to this measure that I really encourage you to take a look at. The negative impact that could be in community clinics, skilled nursing facilities, and many other critical healthcare facilities is something that you need to take a look at before you take action. Because of this, PIH Health urges you to order an impact report, as other cities have soundly requested, so that you can better understand the economic impact of this measure and the implications for healthcare workers, providers, patients, and the entire city of Downey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Denise. I'm here on behalf of the LA County Business Federation, also known as BizFed. We represent over 220 different business organizations in the county, and they represent over 450,000 employees, including many here in Downey. Our members include not only large hospitals, but small community clinics, all kinds of healthcare providers. And we are also urging an economic impact analysis on the ordinance item number 8. As the previous 2 speakers have said, policy should be made on sound economic analysis and information. Before we understand the far-reaching impacts of this ordinance, I don't think that the council, and BizFed doesn't recommend that the council make a decision today. We're also urging to please put this to a ballot measure vote so that the citizens can have a voice and an impact on this decision. And we urge your vote to implement that analysis today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, again, the role of local government. What is your role? Is it to be a mediator between a labor dispute between Kaiser Permanente and the SEIU union and the nurses? We all know the nurses bust their butt at work. We know that. But then they come in here and complain that they're short-staffed. But the nurses are the ones that signed on with management that they were going to eliminate unvaccinated workers. They had no problem with that. Where were the brothers and sisters for those that were fired from their jobs? Another issue.
Hold on, let's start the time. I just want to remind everybody in the audience, please no booing or cheering. We want to make sure we're respectful of every speaker. And I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak.
What is your role? Is it to be a mediator? Is it to be an arbitrator? I don't think so. I think your job is to get our streets paved, our lights on, our sewers running, our police, great police department, as long as they represent the residents and are not weaponized against us. Great fire department. Hopefully they're not getting shot at when they go out for a call somewhere like they are in other cities. They do a great job. You know, our Anglo-Saxon values of our policing in America does a great job. They're not out hunting down brown and black people on the street to assassinate them. They do a good job and they take it seriously. Quickly, our mayor, Blanca Pacheco, has opposed the George Gascon recall. She had plenty of opportunity to stand up and support the recall. Our mayor, Blanca Pacheco, has opposed the recall of Catherine Alvarez. She said we should even treat Catherine Alvarez, a 2-time felon thief and a welfare cheat, and even cast a deciding vote to keep her as mayor pro tem. That's what our mayor, Blanca Pacheco, has done in this town. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, let the record reflect that I was here for the Gascon vote, and Mayor Pacheco voted in support of the recall. So everybody knows I was against it. But in all fairness, let's not get up here and disparage this woman's reputation with just blatant falsehoods. That motion passed 3-2. She voted for it. So let the record reflect what actually happened instead of these lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo.
Mike Greenspan, and you cunts would have aborted me. Well, let's talk about that Roe v. Wade. After 49 years, the local community gets to decide the abortion issue. It's not shoved down people's throats by a Supreme Court that instead of interpreting the law, they made the law. That's not the job of the courts. The courts are to interpret the law and its constitutionality. You and your community are supposed to decide the abortion law. And obviously, the country was not ready for abortions on demand in 1973. And if it had been there in the 50s, I wouldn't be here. That's a Jewish doctor vacuum cleaner. You're putting it in your pussy. I'm being aborted. Well, we're supposed to be politically correct because of AIDS, and we're supposed to use a condom to prevent AIDS. Well, wouldn't that same condom prevent a lot of pregnancies? But that's the problem. We want to have sex without consequences. The condom, who's going to use a condom? It doesn't feel good. What's the old saying? It's like taking a shower with a raincoat on. I mean, I'm assuming people in this room took a shower today. I'm not asking, and you don't tell. But how many of you who took a shower wore a raincoat in the shower? That would defeat your purpose. Well, either we're going to be doing the politically correct thing and encouraging condom use, i.e. taking that shower with the raincoat on, or there will be consequences, the pitter patter of little feet. You'll be mommy and papa. That's what you'll be. Oh no!
I'm going to make my comment short and brief. I wanted to make a comment first on item number 8. I am supportive of all healthcare workers getting a raise in minimum wage to $25. I myself am a daughter of a healthcare worker, and I'm an 8-year healthcare vet before I moved to my current job. On to item number 9. I wanted to show support for our street vendor item that's on here. Street vendors are a vital part of LA culture, contrary to previous comments I've heard earlier tonight. And they serve working class folks like myself and others in the city things short to eat while being entrepreneurs to support their families and put a meal on the table. I take the protection of them very seriously. And I also know that putting fees on them for permits can actually criminalize them in a way. And a lot of these people are, they're afraid to seek legal help in that arena. I also wanted to make a comment that commenting back on the previous person before, saying that there was no street vendors being attacked in the city of Downey. A couple of months ago, there was a taco truck off of Gardendale who was verbally abused by a woman for no reason. Since then, we bought the woman's truck out. Street vendors need help, but they don't need criminalization. So I'm here to say eradicate the hate on them. And I'm asking my District 2 council member to support this ordinance. And I ask kindly for the mayor and the rest of city council to support Senate Bill 972 to offer more street protection or more protections for our street vendors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, council. Good evening. My name is Gabe Montoya, and I am an EMT who has served the community of Downey for 13 years. And I want to ask my brothers and sisters and their families to stand up to show all the healthcare workers that are here today. Today, we're talking about passing a minimum wage to help uplift the healthcare workers that have served the community of Downey for almost 3 years now during this pandemic. I just want to check a few points as we move forward. Let's have a reality check on the impact of this. We know the impact is that this will raise workers' wages. This will help workers not to choose between food and gas. This will help workers not to choose between driving home to their homes and sleeping in their cars because gas is expensive. This is what this will do. What it'll also do is make sure that we give voice to those that don't have voice, like our brothers and sisters at PAH down the street who are ununionized. I just want to say this, for all the talk of the CHA talking about how unequitable this is, we are running a bill through the state legislature right now to fund federally qualified community healthcare organizations. And we are running this bill as a statewide council through SCIU, and they have yet to join us and support us on this. So they really support equity. They feel free to join us anytime while they do this. For all the talk that PAH has about how this is going to hurt them and how this is going to hurt the community, let's have a conversation that we couldn't really get a good estimate of how much it'll cost PAH because they never offered you the numbers. They never offered us the numbers. But from a rough estimate based on Good Samaritan Hospital, which we do represent, we know that the cost will probably be a little less or equal to the amount of money they pay one guy, their CEO, $2 million at PAH. So I can say this, if they can afford to pay one person $2 million a year to do his job, they can pay hundreds of people an extra $2 million a year to keep their community healthy. Thank you.
Have just a minute for everybody to sit down. So I just want to make sure that we have an orderly meeting. So again, I can ask, I know we're all very passionate in here, especially because of the agenda item, but I just want to make sure that we're respectful of everybody and allow them to speak. And of course, that we keep this meeting orderly as we are conducting business in here.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco. My name is Tara, and I work in the pediatric department at Kaiser. I am here on behalf of all the healthcare workers to raise our minimum wage to $25 an hour. We are asking you because those who live and work in this city, we voted for you guys. And now you represent us. We are trusting in you to make good choices for us. Like the patients that walk in our hospitals and clinics every day, they trust us. Especially during one of the biggest challenges that as healthcare workers faced in a decade with COVID. We didn't receive a raise facing this monster, and it took over 1 million lives. And that is very scary to a little kid coming in for a physical during COVID. We had to put up with the mental and physical toll this took. Also, my uncle's life, your members' family's life. Many of you have lost family. And we were on the front lines fighting for this. We are drowning now with the workload. Not only that, but the physical and also mental health that all of us have suffered through this. And we live above reproach, you guys. We have licenses, we've paid for school, and we have to live above board. They check our criminal record when we have to renew our license, that we don't have felonies and misdemeanors. We live above reproach. There's an old saying in a very ancient book about how a worker is worth his wage. It says, "You shall not muzzle the ox while it is treading out the grain," meaning that don't keep the ox from eating while it's working. The worker is worthy of its wage. He deserves fair compensation. We are asking you not to muzzle us while we're working. Let us work with knowing what we are worthy of.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eva Amador, and I work for Kaiser, and I'm also a Downey resident. I've been with Kaiser for over 25 years. I'm here to discuss the pledge for you guys to assist us in this ordinance for the $25 for healthcare workers. We need this. We need help. We need more employees. We are so short-staffed. We need people to want to come to work and be in the healthcare field. And having to be able to fight against inflation and everything going up, you have to work. What are you going to do? Either you share a ride or even catching the bus is expensive. So please take in consideration everything that we go through. We were heroes in the beginning. We feel like less than zero because we're not giving that 100% to our members anymore, to our community, to all of you that are Downey members. Please take in consideration and sign today the ordinance for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Delapas. Thank you to the council members. I am a ward clerk in Kaiser here at Downey. I've been there about 20 years. I got to see the ugly of the whole COVID situation, but what affects me more now is the fact that we don't make enough. I get to sit with a lot of coworkers who have to decide whether they can take their kids to McDonald's or have to pay a gas bill. People think because we're healthcare workers, we make great money. We don't. We really don't. Not most of us, unless you are a nurse, unless you are a doctor. Yes, in that case, you don't. But a lot of us don't. Housekeepers, do you know how they're treated? Do you know what they get paid? Do you know that they had to clean up after every COVID patient out there? Were they even cared for? They're the people that make the less amount of money from any healthcare worker, and they were treated awful. I was part of it. I seen it. I seen most of my friends get treated this way. That is why I ask you today to please take in consideration these $25. They need it. We all need it. It's not fair that many of us have to live 3-4 families together in one home just to be able to afford rent. It's not fair. It is not fair. It is not fair to have to decide, like I said, to take your kids to McDonald's or pay your gas bill or pay a water bill. It is not fair. Please, please listen to us. Take it in consideration. We're here. We ask you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Israel Bautista Minor. I work in the anesthesiology department for Kaiser Downey. I've been a Downey resident for 28 years. I've been working for Kaiser for 17 years. My story is that we've always been short-staffed. For 17 years now that I have not gotten any help in my department. They're always telling us that there's no money, that there's always something that they need to use the money for except for the employees. So right now, throughout the whole pandemic, we lost about 70% of our staff left because they couldn't do their job anymore because they were so overwhelmed, so overstressed that they basically just got up and left. So we were basically left without any employees right now. And now my other point is that, we have most of my coworkers, most of the other anesthesia technologists, they're working 16, 20 hours days because they have to pay their bills, because they can't afford to do the housing. They can't afford to do, anything that you were able to do before all the, everything that came up, all the prices, everything that is going so expensive right now. And unfortunately, it is not safe to perform the job without the proper rest. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is, like, would you guys feel, safe flying with a pilot that hasn't been asleep for 20 hours? Obviously nobody would take a plane like that. And now, if you guys get sick, if I get sick, if I go back to work, there's not enough people to take care of you, to take care of our families, to take care of our kids. That's what I'm urging you to please consider. Support for the healthcare workers minimum wage initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, council members. My name is Arletta Thomas. I am a Kaiser employee. I've been at Kaiser for over 30 years. And I want to say my sister just spoke on me. I am a EVS worker. I've done the work. I've seen that there was no support during the COVID. I lived and slept and had to think about dreaming of people dying, seeing people while I'm asleep. I couldn't even sleep at night.
Can you stop the time?
So
Can we stop the time? Just a minute, Madam City Attorney, can we have a photographer stand up over here?
Interrupting.
Okay.
No, you can't. No,
If
your rules
you-
said they have to be sit down.
Yeah,
If
so
he's
only from
the-
like the sides or the back of the chamber, so that way you're not blocking anybody in the
Not
front.
blocking Herman's view.
Okay, sorry about that. You may proceed.
No problem, thank you. So I just want to say, I am here because I need you to support the healthcare and passing the healthcare workers and having this ordinance. Because I am a single parent with 4 daughters. I have 2 granddaughters. My 1-year-old granddaughter is ill. She stays sick. I have bills to pay. My daughter and I pay a hospital bill that we both work and don't have the wages, the good wages to even pay the hospital bill. So medication cost. We're trying to survive. We're struggling now to help take care of my granddaughter, to keep her healthy. And so I ask you and I urge you to support in passing this healthcare workers ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about how inspiring it is to see the community members and healthcare workers here fighting for this. Clearly, it's something that we need for healthcare workers. It's also something we need in other industries. And I really hope that you take the right path here, and that in November, when hopefully I think there's going to be on the ballot, since you're kind of required to have it on. It's going to be really important that you don't use all that Democratic Party money that you have to push against this, because that's, of course, what I suspect is going to happen. We've heard, people are not just speaking up about their wages, which are too low, given that they're providing such great services, but they're also, talking about rent control. Well, when rent control was up here, you all voted it down, except, of course, Ms. Alvarez, who brought her neighbors, and the hazard pay, you voted that down too. And I want to make sure that everyone knows how the mayor specifically feels about rent control. Here we go.
Is that something that you support?
I have never supported rent control. I don't think that's the way to solve the issue. The reason is because it affects many landlords. It creates more of a problem because it creates an incentive for a lot of landlords to get out of the market, to sell their units or their housing units and move outside the state and buy outside the state. So it doesn't help us. So I am not in support of rent control. I've never taken that stance when I got on to city council, and my views on that have not changed. And once I get up to Sacramento, my views will not change.
Right. And that's because the mayor is a corporate politician. So don't let anyone, be fooled. The mayor and the rest of them, Ms. Alvarez has been on the issue of rent control. She's been progressive. But we cannot have this continuation. Yes on the measure, and yes on more. Higher wages for everybody. Thanks.
If you would have all been here a few years ago, you would have been allowed to speak 5 minutes and not 2 minutes. But one day, all these council members decided that they want to go home early, and therefore your speech should be cut. So now you all get to speak briefly and short. That's on them. Before you start asking them for favors, you got to realize who's sitting up there. The mayor and all these individuals allowed for this city not to pay its water rates, but still passed on the charges to the community. Then a lawsuit came out of it called the Kessner lawsuit. Now they want to act like that lawsuit is done with, but that lawsuit will be refiled. And Downey owes the public back its money that it stole. These are the same individuals that allowed that to happen. These are also the same individuals, along with the mayor, who allowed one area to get subsidized for 20 years, while other areas of our districts had to pay for that. That's discrimination against our own community. And they allowed that to happen for years. The current mayor allowed it to happen. Frometa, the Republican, allowed it to happen. And previous mayors like Rick and Mario Guerra allowed it to happen. Now, when it comes to the healthcare workers, they have turned down supporting workers and raising minimum wage here in Downey for the last few years. They have literally voted against that. If you're a healthcare worker here today, you got to know that Claudia Frometa is part of the Kaiser program. She's part of bringing in money and creating relationships for political individuals to create more wealth for Kaiser. But you will not see her standing out with the frontline workers when they are picketing for more wages or when they are complaining about being understaffed. So before you go home, ask Ms. Frometa, the Republican, ask her, are you going to support our healthcare workers? And last but not least, BB and Kate should not be here because they were part of the Bell scandal.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marisa Montañez, and I work for Kaiser. I've been in the lab for 20 years, and I'm just going to share the role that I do every day.
Sir, just a second. This is your second warning. Please sit down. It's your second warning. After the next one, you will be removed. You can't stand in front of here. You can take pictures while you're seated or in the back or on the sides. Sorry about that.
So I'm a service representative and I check in patients into the lab all day long, 7 days a week. You know, the lab is the busiest lab in the entire area. We check in almost 600 patients a day. Out of those 600 patients, how many citizens of Downey you think go there? More than a handful, you know, and we have to be able to provide them the great service that they deserve. And we can't do that because we're so short-staffed. Since November to now, there's been about 9 to 10 employees that have left. That's half of our staff. We're working overload. We're tired. We're getting work injuries. You know, I see no way out. I'm tired. My coworkers are tired. You know, the minimum wage needs to be raised, you know, to entice, you know, people to want to come to work in the healthcare industry, especially in the middle of a pandemic. You know, I just ask, just please consider the minimum wage to be raised because we really need the help. And the members of this great community here in Downey deserve health and wellness. And the only way they're going to get it is if we're properly staffed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Andrew Calasanz. I am a physical therapy assistant working for Kaiser for about 25 years. And I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty tired. And I'm tired because we've been working short-staffed again, and there is an inability to retain healthcare workers. By supporting the $25 minimum wage, not only are you supporting us healthcare workers, but the healthcare workers that provide care to the people of the City of Downey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Dylan Corza. I work at Kaiser at the Downey Medical Facility. I work as a housekeeping attendant. When I first heard about this from my union, I immediately got excited. And when I started working at Kaiser, I had this idea that I'm going to move up. I'm going to go and I'm going to make the money, right? I'm not here to ask for a handout. When I go to work every day, it's stressful. I have another job. This isn't my only job. And sometimes I like to go there just to get a break from it all, you know? And I think to myself, we work at a hospital, you know, like this should be where people want to be at. We should be motivated. But a lot of times you have conversations and it's like a lot of griping, a lot of negativity. And this $25 an hour has been one thing that I've been looking forward to, thinking about, planning, or we're hoping that it's going to happen. And I really do hope that it happens. It would mean a lot to me. It would change my outlook on life a little bit. And I hope that my words help for our cause. I'm not sure exactly what it is we want to hear about budgets, about religion, or what else we've been talking about here tonight. But I hope you guys make the decision that it's the right one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trouble with being tall. Good evening, Mayor Rachenko.
Good evening.
My name is James Bell. I'm a radiology technologist at Kaiser Permanente. I've served the Downey community for 20 years. I'm not here to speak for myself today because I work at a union hospital. I have good benefits. I got good pay. I'm here to speak for the people who do not make $25 an hour. I am here to speak for the people at PIH who do not have a union contract. And if they're the ones who get sick from COVID, as I did in December of 2020, they don't have the benefit of a contract that made sure that my family didn't go bankrupt because of healthcare costs incurred from an illness that we were unprotected and unprepared for. The bottom line here is the lower paid workers are the ones who are at the most risk, and not just themselves, but their families. PIH is non-union. They make their profit by keeping wages low and staffing to the minimum. And that impacts patient care. That impacts our communities and does not provide them the services that our country should be known for. There's an old saying that we're the greatest country in the world. The truth is we're not. The bottom line here is we are the last in healthcare. We are the laughingstock of the developed world because we are the only industrialized nation that has a for-profit healthcare system. So right now, the least you guys can do is raise the wages for the lowest tiered people who are at the most risk in this pandemic. And not just with COVID-19. They get exposed to MRSA, to C. diff, to all the other viruses and bacteria and infections, some of which that are resistant to drugs on a daily basis. So as I said, I'm not here to speak for myself today. And I'm not a millionaire wearing an Armani suit, but I am someone here working for my fellow workers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
council members. My name is Omar Higuera. A quick background. I'm a Downey resident. Been living here my whole life. I work for materials management at Kaiser Downey Medical Center. And I'm here to express my support to pass a healthcare workers minimum wage as an ordinance. I've been working at Kaiser Downey for 2 years and currently making just about $20. We work diligently in materials management to ensure that every department has the supplies needed to offer proper care for patients. And that includes syringes, solutions, catheters, et cetera, everything to provide patient care to consistently keep the hospital operating. In the current economy we live in, inflation has affected us all. I think we can agree with that. We live in Southern California, where high housing costs and gas prices alone can cause financial distress. Considering we all have our personal responsibilities, a minimum wage of $25 an hour could make a major positive impact in our lives. It could financially favor our chances in making life-changing decisions. For instance, like purchasing a car to get to work, or even maybe a home eventually, right, to raise our children and pay for extracurricular activities. We pretty much want the money for our children to give our children better opportunities. And a higher minimum wage can also help avoid a higher turnover rate and other important factors. So in conclusion, I plead you to support the healthcare workers minimum wage to retain and recognize outstanding healthcare workers in our city of Downey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I was compelled to come up here because I wanted to show my support. My name is Sherry Stovell Jackson. I've been with KP for 20 years. I work here in Downey at Independence Park off Imperial. So I wanted to say is supporting $25 minimum wage is supporting healthcare workers. Supporting wages increase is being on the right side of our healthcare workers. KP, among other organizations, have had many opportunities to be able to take the lead regarding increase in wages, regarding bonuses, regarding showing support among our healthcare workers, but they haven't, right? So we come to you. The ball is in your court now for you to take that lead and give the healthcare workers that $25 they need. Again, they've missed the ball. They've missed a chance over and over again to do what is right by the healthcare workers. So we must come to you, not to repeat myself, to take this matter into your hands. I want to also say that so many of our hardworking members can have livable wages, and we all deserve to earn a piece of the pie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janice Williams. I'm fortunate to be one of the fortunate ones. I'm a healthcare worker for Kaiser Permanente, but I credit my union, UHW, for my success because through them, they have negotiated fair wages for most of us. However, we're talking about the folks that are less fortunate than we are. And it's criminal if we don't stand up and speak for them because they're providing services. You never know. It may be one of your loved ones or family members. And it's not fair that they can't make a living wage. And then I hadn't planned to speak, so forgive me if I blunder. But what I'm trying to say is it's our responsibility. We're coming to you almost on bended knees. It's hardening to hear these people, my neighbors, my coworkers, our brothers and sisters speak and just pour their hearts out to you. You have the power to change this. So please find it in your hearts today to right this wrong. We have to provide for those that are providing for us. This is healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rocio Chacon, and I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm here to support minimum wage for healthcare workers. I've been working for Kaiser for the last 22 years, but just hearing all these stories, it reminded me of my mother who retired after 40 years of being a nurse. I watched my mom coming home, cooking dinner for me and my brother as a single mom, as an immigrant, working hard, never complain, never complain of anything. I never knew if we had money or not to eat. I was growing up, going to school, and she taught me to respect everyone. I remembered going to the hospital sometimes with her, and she made me and my brother to say thank you to every single one of the co-workers, doctors and EVS workers. And I remember the story saying, I want you to be very grateful for the people who clean the hospital, because when you had surgery, it's because of them and the doctors that you're alive. And that's why I just got up here. And for those people who don't support those workers, let me tell you, I don't see you guys driving an old truck or taking the bus. I've been working for Kaiser, and I see people in the nice offices having nice lunches for 3 hours, meetings for 5 hours with nice cars. But all the other workers that do the hard work are getting paid minimum wage and are tired and are working very hard, like my mother did for 40 years. So yes, I am here to support them and to let you know that to take it in consideration, because your lives and my life, my son's life, depends on the doctors, but also the people who go and clean the hospitals to make sure that everything is clean and ready for us and ready for them to save our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other speakers, is there a motion to close public
So
comment?
moved.
Is there a second? So ordered by the mayor. Before we move on, I just want to thank all of you, everyone that spoke, both from the Hospital Association to our healthcare providers. I know it's not easy to come up here and speak, and many of you spoke from passion, from your hearts. I know many of you had long days at work and you still made it time to come to our council meeting. So I just want to acknowledge and thank all of you for making it to our council meetings, for explaining to us your position, because again, I know this isn't easy to come up before us. And I want to thank you also for being very respectful. I always try my best to make sure that we have a chamber where everybody feels free to speak their sides, but most importantly, thank you for everything that you do as healthcare professionals. Okay, now is the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item? Okay, is there a motion and a second to?
So
approve?
moved.
Second, please vote.
Give me 1 second, Mayor. And actually, Councilmember Frometa, would you be abstaining from the regular meeting minutes of May 10th?
Oh, yes, I thought I mentioned that during the opening. I will abstain from the minutes of May 10th as I was not present.
Thank you. The motion is approved unanimously with Councilmember Frometa abstaining from the regular meeting minutes of May 10th.
You already voted?
Second.
Okay.
Yes, we voted, correct? Yes.
Yes.
I feel like we didn't vote.
I thought we
Like it
did.
came up as if we already voted, but we didn't vote.
There, okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go. All right. We're going to go ahead. We have 4 administrative reports. We're going to take things a little bit out of order. We're going to take the minimum wage one first. But before we do that, we're just going to take a 2-minute recess just so everybody can stretch their legs. But we will be taking that item up next.
Somebody's.
Hello, Jim Priest, can you hear us? You should be able to unmute yourself. Hello, Mr. Priest, can you hear us?
Yeah, he's prepared to do that. I asked the mayor to jump in if needed, and he said he would also cancel things.
Hello, Mr. Priest, can you hear us? You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you see and hear me?
Can you hear him?
Mark.
Yes, I can see and hear.
I can't hear him. Sorry, sir, we couldn't hear you.
Can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great.
We are now going to reconvene our city council meeting. Like was mentioned, we have 4 administrative reports. The first report that we will be going over is qualification of initiative measure proposing to amend Downey's municipal code, setting a minimum wage of $25 per hour for qualifying healthcare workers working in the city of Downey.
Madam Mayor, I do need to announce that due to my employment with Kaiser Permanente, I will have to recuse myself from this item. I do want to thank, however, all of the healthcare workers that are here today and all of the healthcare workers, because like you, my family and I also responded and worked 24/7 throughout the pandemic of the last 2.5 years. And so I want to thank you, and I want to say I empathize with you. At the same time, for our residents viewing via Zoom and YouTube, I do want to, for purposes of communication and informing our community, it is important that we look at all segments, and that local government's role is to establish policy. Today is healthcare, tomorrow may be education, and the following day may be law enforcement. So it is important for all of us as a community to support each other and to also inform ourselves so that we are all together moving forward. So, Madam Mayor, thank you. I will recuse myself from this item and I will come back to the next report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will continue that the city council receive, file, and accept the certificate of sufficiency of petition signatures as valid in all respects, and select one of the following three options. One, adopt the following resolution. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey, California, submitting to the qualified voters of the City of Downey on the November 8th, 2022 general municipal election ballot, an initiative measure amending the city's municipal code to establish a minimum wage of $25 per hour for qualifying healthcare workers in the City of Downey, requesting the County of Los Angeles to consolidate said election with statewide general election of even date, and setting rules and deadlines for arguments and rebuttals for and against the measure. 2, adopt the initiative measure as an ordinance without alteration, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Downey, California, adding Chapter 13 to Article 6 of the Downey Municipal Code as an initiative ordinance to establish a minimum wage of $25 per hour for qualifying healthcare workers in the City of Downey pursuant to California Elections Code Section 9215A, or 3, order an impact report, Elections Code Section 9212 to be returned within 30 days. Interim City Manager Scott, is there a staff report?
I believe the city clerk is going to start the reporting.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is related to the qualification of an initiative measure that was circulated by proponents in the City of Downey. The measure would amend the city's municipal code to establish a minimum wage of $25 per hour for qualifying healthcare workers in the City of Downey. On February 10, proponents of the measure filed a notice of intent in the city clerk's office. Pursuant to the California Elections Code, the city attorney prepared a ballot title and summary. The ballot title and summary was submitted to the proponents on February 25th. The proponents were advised that they had until August 24th, 180 days, to gather 6,489 registered voter signatures and file the petition in the city clerk's office. The Elections Code requires 10% of the registered voters in Downey to sign the petition to qualify the measure on the ballot. On May 17th, the proponents filed the signed petition with the city clerk. The petition was examined and turned over to the LA County Register Recorder's Office for the voter signature verification process. On June 28th, the Register Recorder County Clerk notified the city clerk's office that the signature verification process was complete and the petition had sufficient signatures to qualify the measure on the ballot. The certificate of sufficiency is attached to the staff report, and staff recommends that the City Council receive, file, and accept the certificate as valid in all respects. In addition, as provided in the staff report, the City Council has 3 options under the Elections Code. Option 1, adopt the resolution to submit the measure to the voters at the city's next general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022. Option 2, adopt the measure as an ordinance without alteration or within 10 days. Option 3, order an impact report to be returned within 30 days. Once the report is presented, the council shall either adopt the ordinance within 10 days or order an election. This concludes my presentation. We do have our election legal counsel on the line, Jim Priest, in case you have any questions regarding the ordinance or questions regarding the options as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from my council colleagues? Actually, I had a question. Do we know the status of the impact report, or is there a status? I know Councilmember Trujillo had requested it on June 14th. Councilmember Trujillo, is that correct?
That is correct. And I believe our Assistant City Manager, Bonnie Rojas, or our City Manager can let us know what happened with that request. I will say that the staff has been in communication with me. They've explained to me what's been going on, and I'll let the City Manager explain.
Right. I'm not aware, I haven't been aware that the council actually directed staff to conduct an impact report. I think, wasn't it a question as to what would be involved in doing an impact report? Was that the question?
Well, I believe the mayor wants to know what the status is of the impact report. And if I may, Mr. Scott, I was informed that the city staff reached out to not just one, but three third-party contractors. Normally, we would hire an outside consultant to assist our city staff in gathering all the information and putting together an impact report. How does this impact the healthcare field here? What I was told was, and I actually verified with colleagues in Long Beach, that the companies are telling us there's not enough time to prepare the impact report before the election is triggered.
And that is my understanding of what has happened in terms of the effort to determine whether it would be possible to get an impact report done. And normally, the city would do exactly that, would reach out to firms that specialize in doing economic development type economic reports and ask them to define first what the task is, exactly what impacts is it that the city council would be interested in evaluating, and then going out, collecting the data and putting together such a report. The fact that we're only given 30 days within which to do that has pretty much chilled that market in terms of any of these private companies being willing to do it. I was told, Vanya talked to people today in Long Beach, and I believe that LAETC has actually stepped up and offered to do what they're calling a high-level informative report to try to discuss what some of the impacts might be of a ballot measure of this sort. But I think what we all realize is that in 30 days, it would be a report based largely on assumptions, because in order to get the data that we'd need, we'd actually have to get private employers to provide data that might be, first of all, difficult to get them to provide, and secondly, very difficult to confirm within that time frame. So that's where we are against the task of trying to provide an impact report if the council should ask for it. If the council does ask for it, we'll do the best we can do based on that, but it would be involved in likely going out and asking private employers to provide us data that we could then try to put in some kind of an economic analysis and come back and report on the impacts.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. So what's our deadline? We have to decide whether we adopt it as an ordinance by when, or otherwise it automatically goes to the ballot?
So the council has 10 days to either adopt the ordinance or call the measure on the ballot as of today. We do have the resolution ready if the council decides to put the measure on the ballot this evening. The deadline to send this resolution to the County Board of Supervisors is July 12th. And our council meeting is July 9th. So
August.
I'm sorry, August 12th. Yes, Friday, August 12th.
So if we were to somehow try to piece together this impact report, it would have to be presented to us by when?
At the August 9th council meeting.
That would be what we would have to do in order to make the regular election date.
That is correct.
I'm not sure if we blew past that election date, whether or not the city would then have an option to do a special election, but then we'd incur the additional cost of a special election, which would be incurred for the benefit of gaining about 5 days in terms of doing the impact report. So that's not a very attractive option.
So Mr. Scott, as I hear you talk about the possibility of putting an impact report, it almost seems like we'd be trying to piecemeal something together last minute, not knowing how accurate it's going to be.
Oh, I think, if you direct it, we'll do the best we can do. I promise you that. But my sense is it will be very difficult to put together the kind of report you would normally do on an impact report would be very difficult to do in this time frame.
And what would the cost be of such a rushed impact report? Any idea what a vendor is going to charge us?
I think the practical impact is we'd be doing it pretty much on our own, and I don't think the cost and as a result ends up being that much.
Okay, thank you.
And is this what other cities are doing? Like Long Beach?
I'm stealing this from Vanya. That Baldwin Park didn't get enough signatures. Los Angeles, as you know, already signed, the mayor signed it into law. Long Beach is taking the approach with LAEDC. Culver City has not acted on it yet. Their council decision is still coming. Duarte, it's on the agenda tonight. Inglewood has decided to do an internal, with internal staff doing a report, the best they can do. And I believe Monterey Park looks like they're doing the same thing, if I'm not mistaken. So there are a couple cities trying to do internal impact reports.
And then if we wanted to adopt an ordinance from the city, the last day to do so would be that August 9th date?
Jim, would the August 12th date be the last day that the council can adopt the ordinance?
Thank you, Ms. Duarte. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Jim Priest, Best and Krieger. Pleasure to be with you this evening. This evening, the decision the council has to make is either to adopt the measure outright without alteration, or you could do it 10 days later. That would require a special meeting. You submit the measure to the voters this evening by adoption of the attached resolution, or the third option is to order the impact report. Under the elections code, the impact report can, extend the process out up to 30 days. As Mr. Scott mentioned, for practical purposes, that would be extending it out really 28 days to the August 9th meeting. And then at that point, the council would be back with the two decision points, which is to adopt it outright or to put it on the ballot. But if you want additional time to look into this measure, see what impact it may have on the city, my advice legally would be to order the impact report. And as staff has indicated, we will do our best, although the information may be limited given the time constraints.
Yes.
But yeah, you do have to make one of these decisions this evening.
Councilmember LaPlante. Councilmember LaPlante.
My question is to the voice in the sky. What's the difference between an initiative ordinance and an ordinance?
Well, I'll give you the quick summary. An initiative is a form of direct democracy that we have under the California Constitution, just like referendum and recall. These are forms of legislation that the people can propose directly, as this has been done here by filing of a petition bearing the signatures of at least 10% of the city's registered voters. And if that happens, the measure, as we call it, qualifies. And that now means that the council has these decision options to make, as opposed to a standard ordinance, which is considered and adopted in the discretion of the city council. Here, the elections code mandates that you make one of these options, make one of these choices this evening. It's not a purely discretionary act like a council ordinance would be. So that's the distinction with initiative.
Does an initiative ordinance have any more legal weight than a regular ordinance?
Yes, it does.
Please explain.
One key distinction is Elections Code 9217, which says that if this council adopts this measure, option one in the staff report, without alteration, or if it goes to the voters and the voters approve it, that ordinance cannot be altered or amended without going back to the voters again. So it locks in the terms of the ordinance. Now, the ordinance, I will note, does leave some discretion for the city to set up some administrative processes for investigation, enforcement, those type of things. But if the city council wanted to amend some of the substantive terms of the ordinance to something different than what is contained in here, that would have to go back to a vote of the people. That is in contrast to a standard council adopted ordinance, which can be amended by a future city council. So there is a locked in element to this because this has gone through the initiative process. And so if you exercise either option 1 or option 2 and the voters say yes to the measure, then that ordinance will be locked from alteration or amendment until it goes back to the vote of the people.
Is that the same as if the council adopts it under option B, it's locked in though, correct?
Correct. If you do either option, either you adopt it outright in lieu of an election, or if you put it on the ballot for an election and the voters say yes, under either of those circumstances, the ordinance is locked in. That's correct.
Thank you.
Clarification.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney, just so I'm clear, the 3 options before us per the agenda. Option 1 is for us to let it go to the voters, right? That would be 2A. Option 2B is we just accept the initiative without alteration. It does not go to the voters. If we adopt it, it goes to effect tomorrow. Is that correct? B?
That is correct, that it's adopted as is with no change.
Okay.
When would it go
And
into,
it-
when would it go into effect?
So that's an interesting question. The ordinance says it goes into effect as early as allowed by law. If you can hear me. Jim, do you have the effective date of the ordinance if it was adopted tonight?
The elections code indicates that it would go into effect 10 days after adoption. So it would be in effect, within a matter of days, as opposed to if it were on the ballot. If it went onto the ballot, then obviously the voters would consider it in November. And then it would go effective probably sometime in December if approved by the voters. But if you adopt it now, then it would go into effect much sooner. That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any questions, but I would like to make a comment whenever the time
Yes.
is appropriate.
Yes, you may proceed.
First and foremost, I want to thank Kaiser and PIH. I was approached in Chicago by a representative of Kaiser, and we had previously, me and the mayor had met with PIH representatives, and both of them were clear that it wasn't going to hurt them so much. Kaiser, the representative, and her name escapes me, said, look, it's not, Kaiser's going to be okay. These last 2 years, the healthcare industry has come under the microscope, if you will, and the plight of the health workers. We hear you. I remember clearly the intersection of Bellflower and Imperial Highway. Heroes work here. I think by now it's no secret that when it comes to law enforcement, I'm a firm believer that we should pay our police officers top dollar, because police officers do probably the most dangerous job in the United States. They run towards danger when many of us would run away from it. So in thinking of healthcare workers, either we think they're heroes or they're not, right? And the fact of the matter is that they were going to work, while some of us had the luxury of being able to work behind a computer. When I spoke with PIH and Kaiser, there was concern about the smaller clinics, what's going to happen to the smaller clinics. And Downey is a healthcare hub. We are known, particularly because of our large hospitals, PIH and Kaiser, who we're grateful to have here. I'm convinced that Kaiser and PIH will be okay, even if this ordinance is passed. I have an obligation to do what's best for the residents and for the future of the city. You know, will this deter some clinics, maybe other healthcare providers from coming into the city? Perhaps. But I cannot stop thinking about the workers who had to go in and day out towards danger. I got calls that said, look, you're opening up the gates. Don't get involved in negotiations between unions and their employers, because then other segments, like the grocers did, right? The grocers were recognized by some cities, given hero pay. We didn't do that in Downey. But today I am going to make a motion that we adopt the initiative measure as an ordinance without alteration. Option 2B on the agenda, based on all the information that's been provided to me by the hospitals, by the Hospital Association. I think our big hospitals are going to be okay. So today I am going to stand with our healthcare workers, particularly those who are, making the beds and working on the grounds where we know patients are bringing the virus. We're sending them there, and I think it's only fair that they be recognized for the work that they do in going towards danger. So my motion is to adopt the initiative measure as an ordinance today without alteration, to be on the agenda.
I'm going to have Madam City Attorney, do you want to make a couple of comments?
I was just going to ask, item number 1 also needs to be acted upon tonight, receive, file, and accept the certificate of sufficiency of petition signatures as valid, and that's separate from options 2. Would you be able to add that to your motion so that action is taken tonight?
Yes, I will add that the city council receive, file, and accept the certificate of sufficiency of petition signatures valid in respects, and that we select option 2B of the 3 options provided to us.
Is there a second?
I will second.
A second, okay. Just one question before, just clear, Councilmember LaPlante?
I want to speak. You can go.
Yes,
second your
no, you can
question.
go ahead.
Okay. When I first heard of this, my initial reaction was to put this to the voters, and what sort of wondered whether we should be doing, frankly, decent wages sector by sector. Gut level, we probably shouldn't be doing it sector by sector, but we're at where we're at. We've got to start somewhere. I would be very happy to support an ordinance that includes the rest of the healthcare workers, as apparently our hospital association thinks we should do. We can't mandate public hospitals in the for the county or the University of California or the federal government what they pay. That's a duplicitous statement by the hospital council. I'm very glad they sent out this mailer, because now I know exactly how they would have treated this thing if we put it on the ballot. They would have been putting out things like reject the unequal pay measure. Instead of talking about whether healthcare workers deserve a fair wage, they'd be trying to play healthcare workers against each other the same way negative campaigns work on everything else. Any thought I had of putting it to the voters changed the minute I got your mailing. You put me on the other side. For the record, I was a union member and a union officer my entire teaching career, and I'm in the category of live better, work union.
Thank you very much, Councilmember LaPlante. I love his historical input and I love his passion. Thank you. I did have one question, and I know I've already asked this before, but it seems like a lot of cities are doing impact reports. So the impact reports that they're going to get aren't going to be very thorough. Is that correct? There's
That
just
would
not
be my
enough time.
assumption, yes.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you all for being here today. I think you've heard the will of the council. There's a first, there's a second. Can we all please take a vote? Oh, wait, no. There's no public comment.
Oh,
We can vote.
now I have to push the right button. Know where I'm voting, I just can't get there.
Presentation.
Yeah, help me. Make this thing work. Yay.
We'll take a 2-minute recess. We will now reconvene the council meeting. Our next administrative report, adoption of a resolution to place on the November 8, 2022 ballot, a measure increasing the maximum transient occupancy tax rate from 9% to 13% and making certain amendments to address online travel company and other third-party bookings.
Hey, sir, can you close the door, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey, California, calling for the placement of a general tax measure on the November 8, 2022 general municipal election ballot for the submission to the qualified voters of a proposed ordinance amending the city's transient occupancy room tax code by increasing the maximum rate from 9% to 13%, addressing online travel company and other third-party bookings, and making other conforming changes, requesting the County of Los Angeles to consolidate said election with the statewide general election of even date, and setting rules and deadlines for arguments and rebuttals for and against the measures. Interim City Manager Scott, is there a staff report?
There is. Interim Assistant City Manager Vanya de Rojas will be providing it.
City Manager Scott. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As mentioned tonight before you is resolution number 22, calls for the placement of a general tax measure on the November 8th general election ballot for a proposed ordinance amending the city's TOT code for an increase of max rate to 9 to 13%. As way of background, the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 7280, allows government agencies to assess a transient occupancy tax, or TOT. A TOT is charged to guests when they rent accommodations in a hotel, inn, motel, or other lodging accommodations for less than 90 days. A TOT is calculated as a percentage of the rent for the occupancy of the hotel structure or any portion of the structure. The law requires that operators collect the tax from transients and remit them to the local jurisdiction. The City of Downey assessed its TOT in 1965 through an ordinance number 255, and last amended in October 1998 through ordinance number 1057 to increase it to the current rate of 9% after voter approval. This is nearly 24 years ago. The city's TOT is levied on transients and not levied on residents or businesses unless they stay in a local hotel. If the voters approve an increase in the TOT to the 13%, the additional 4% could result in an approximately $950,000 of new revenue annually to provide to general city services. It should be noted that per the city charter, 3 affirmative votes for the city council are required to place the measure on the ballot. Majority voter approval will be required to pass the measure. It is also should be noted that while the city does not currently permit short-term rentals, so these are like the Airbnbs, should the council amend the municipal code in the future to allow them, this update that is proposed in this measure would ensure that the TOT is collected on those rentals as well, like any other hotel occupancy. That concludes staff's report, and staff's available to answer any questions. We also have Jim Priest on the line, who has helped us with the preparation of the resolution.
Okay, Councilmember LaPlante.
Could you go over the history of when it was adopted and the rate says they've changed? I didn't catch that as you were going
Yeah,
through
so
it.
the first time the city adopted it was in 1965 through ordinance number 255, and last amended it in October 1998 through ordinance number 1057. And at that point is when it was set at 9%.
Any clue what it was set at in 1965?
No, I would have to double check that number.
Obviously less than 9, but.
Yes.
And in 1965, that would have been an ordinance simply adopted by the council.
That is correct.
And then by 1998, the procedures of Prop 218 would have taken effect and it went to the public.
Yes, it went to voter approval.
And so the 9% was approved by the voters, correct?
Yes.
And if it goes to 13%, it will still require approval of the voters, correct?
That's right. Majority of the voters will have to.
The majority of the people who vote.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the council?
I do, Madam Mayor. Vanya, again, for purposes of informing our residents, those that may question, why are we going from the current percentage to a 13% hike? Some people may think that is a little excessive. Can you tell us what other cities have that percentage, how we arrived at this?
So the similar cities that were used to determine that were Santa Monica, Tustin, Alhambra, Monterey Park, and Glendale. And those rates range between 12% to 14% with an average of 13%.
And again, making sure that our community and our residents know this is not a tax on every resident. This is a TOT, a transient occupancy tax. So that is for people visiting our city and staying at the local hotels. So what an average $150 per night would have an additional fee of how much?
About $6.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Scott,
Yes.
you were over in Beverly Hills. What do they charge?
I think when I left in 2003, I think it was 12%, but I'm not sure what it is today.
I'm sure it hasn't gone down.
I'm positive it hasn't gone down.
I don't mind being in the category of if we're the Hispanic Beverly Hills. I'll be in the tax range with the other Beverly Hills.
That concludes my comment.
All right,
Madam Mayor.
any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I will now entertain a motion, a second to adopt the resolution.
Move to adopt the resolution.
Is there a second? Please vote.
I can't vote, Alicia.
It's not on there.
Yeah, I'm on presentation. I just don't see it popping up.
It was showing us if she was absent. Did you just add it? Can you try again, council member?
Yeah, I'm on presentation. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Thank you. The motion is approved unanimously.
Next item, provide staff direction on the city's sidewalk vending program. Interim City Manager Scott, is there a staff report?
Yes, this item, as you know, was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Alvarez. Public Works Director Delfino Consunji has a brief report, and then perhaps the Mayor Pro Tem would like to make some comments after that.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pacheco and City Council. In August of 2019, Council adopted Ordinance Number 19-1415, Sidewalk Vending, in response to SB 946, the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act, which became effective in January of 2019. The City Sidewalk Vending Program was established to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. The program was crafted to function within the parameters of SB 946 and included provisions for a permitting process, operating requirements, violations and penalties, precision of permits, and an appeals process. Attached to the staff report is a copy of the application form, both in English and Spanish. Currently, the application fee for a sidewalk vending permit is $63. The permit is valid for 1 year and has to be renewed on an annual basis at the same cost of $63. So far, only one sidewalk vendor has applied for and received a permit. Non-permitted sidewalk vendors have been spotted at various locations throughout the city. As the program is relatively new, enforcement has primarily focused on seizing illegal activities and educating the sidewalk vendors on the approval process so that they can operate in compliance with city and state standards. At the June 14, 2022 council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Alvarez requested that this item be brought forward to the City Council for consideration to waive the initial application fee. Staff is seeking direction from council as to whether to continue collecting the fees or to waive the fees. That concludes my report.
And I might just add to that, we sent out some information late in the day that was confusing because we actually were confused ourselves on exactly what some of the fees were. Right now, someone who comes in to request a permit of this sort, they pay the Public Works application encroachment fee, which is either $63 or $64 a year, I believe. I think, is it renewable, you have to pay every year?
Yes, that's true.
And then they have to get a business license. And so that will be based on reported gross receipts. They do fingerprinting costs with the police department. They're required to get a LA County Public Health permit, which is what I understand is about $393. They're also required to carry liability insurance, which our estimate is between $300 and $400 a year. So there are substantial processes and approvals and reviews that go into getting a permit of this sort in any case. So I do think there has been questions about whether or not there's ways that cities should take into consideration to make it more feasible for people to do sidewalk vending. The problem is that there are still oversight issues that governments have felt necessary to do. And as a result, the cost is significantly more than just the permit fee. So if the council is interested in talking about different approaches to try to help address people who are trying to get into this business, we'd be happy to talk about it. I'm not sure to what extent the $63 is the issue, but to the extent it is, if the council deems that to be something that should be subsidized, we certainly can do that. So with that, I will turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Can I ask a technical question?
Yeah, go ahead.
First, Mr. Scott, the public health permit, if I want to sell wristbands, do I have to get a public health permit?
I don't know about wristbands, but if you wanted to sell food, you would.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get the clarification. If I want to sell a non-food item,
I don't know.
Wristbands, fake rings.
It doesn't seem logical, but I don't know the answer to that. Did any of our other staff know?
If you look at the application form that's included in the agenda packet, it has a list of all the licenses and permits that will be required with the application form. It says here that the Los Angeles County Health permit is only required for vendors of food.
I just want to confirm that.
Although for other merchandise, I think it will be a California seller's permit that will be required.
Which is much less than a health permit.
Yeah, I would think so.
So someone who's selling flowers, for instance, might have a different requirement.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
That was a good question. Thank you.
If you're doing food, we're talking a different thing than if you're, yes, flowers is the better example.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question in here, with all the fees that we have in the email that I received today, I am in 2,123, but there's another fees that I cannot see an estimate about it, like maybe for example, business license fee based on estimated gross receipts. That's one. There's another one. It says PD street vendor permit, which includes the fingerprinting. I don't know how much is that. It was the 429. The fingerprinting is 429. I just wanted to.
Madam.
One of our mistakes today, I'm sorry we confused this. If you were operating a food truck, it would be the $429 fee. To be a sidewalk vendor, I think it's just the cost of the fingerprinting. Is that right, Chief?
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with that, but the $429 fee applies to the whole background processing. They do have to go get their fingerprints scanned, live scanned, but it is a fee that's developed through our cost analysis for staff time because they review all of the permits that they have to get. But it's not in association with the street vending we're talking about now. It is strictly the food trucks.
So what is the cost, Chief, for merely for a street vendor to have the fingerprints? Their out-of-pocket cost.
So I do not know the actual cost. We do not live scan at Downey PD for that. So they have to go outside and have their fingerprints taken and submitted to the police department.
And Madam Mayor, if I can just offer a little more information, community development, some of our applications require live scan as well. They're done by third parties. The average cost we see is about $80.
$80.
And is that done on an annual basis for street vendors?
For street vendors, yes, it would be an annual live scan that would have to be done when they renew their application.
So it would be the 60
to 64 plus
$64 plus the $89 probably.
Plus the vendor permit, because there's application fee and there is a vendor permit.
If I can provide assistance on that, my understanding is that what the city charges is the initial public works fee, which is the $64, $63, one of those two. I apologize for not knowing which. The business license fee, which we did check on the one vendor that was issued the permit. His business license fee was about $137. So we would assume that most of them would be within that general range. And then the third-party live scan fee would be $80.
So 134, Crystal, plus the 80, plus the 64.
That's correct.
And plus the insurance.
I apologize. Yes. And then the insurance was estimated about 300, 400 for the entire year.
300 and what something?
300 to 400.
Okay.
And we've only had one vendor come in for a license?
So far, we have issued one permit. We have inquiries from maybe a handful of other vendors, but there's only one that actually submitted and has been issued a permit.
And that was for this year, for 2022?
Yeah, March 2022.
Do we have any previous, have we issued previous permits for street vendors in 2021? And if so, how many?
Delphina can probably provide more clarification. My understanding is just the one has been approved.
Yeah, one for the last 3 years since the ordinance was adopted.
Okay. And we adopted the ordinance in 2019.
In 2019, August.
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember LaPlante?
Quote the old football coach Bobby Bowden, I am totally bumfuzzled about what we're doing right now. I like helping small vendors. I just don't have a clue what numbers we're talking about. And I think we'd be better off getting a report now that we're more clear as to what we're trying to figure out. Because when Ms. Alvarez first brought it up, she mentioned the one fee. And now we're finding out, oh, there's all these other fees, how much. We don't know what we're really talking about in cost. And if we're going to help or figure out even what the cost is, I didn't ask for your opinion, Mr. Herman.
Mr. Herman.
If I might, I agree. I think that I appreciate that the question came up, and I think now we've maybe helped identify what the issue is. And I think there's maybe two parts of this that we should bring a report back to the council. One is where is there some opportunity to help simplify the process and make it more possible for people to operate? The second part of it is really you haven't talked about tonight. That's that we need to figure out how to do our code enforcement on the program properly, and not to be overly tough on people, but we do need to, as part of this whole process, figure out how to enforce this ordinance. Because I can assure you there's more than one vending truck out there on the street.
Correct.
And we need to make it possible for people to properly get permitted, but we also need to figure out how we're going to go about enforcing it so that the process is equitable for everybody.
Correct.
Yes, Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes, I'm very much in support of promoting our small businesses. I know there's cities that actually have small business incubators. They spend tens of thousands of dollars trying to help small businesses get off the ground. Look, when it comes to street vendor issue, I just don't want Downey to start looking like other cities where street vendors are just showing up everywhere. So that's the number one caution I have is aesthetics. Where are they setting up, right? So I want to help vendors, and I'm going to propose that we allocate funds for 10. Let's say $100 for 10 vendors, that's $1,000 that may not and probably will not be used. And here's why. It's a very difficult process, as much as California wants to make it easy, because we're dealing with food and we don't want our residents to get sick. And half of those vendors are probably not going to pass. So it's rigorous, as it should be, because the health of our residents is on the line right here. What I would like to propose is let's allocate $1,000, $100 per vendor, and let's see what happens over the course of a year. Let's get a report back. But if we really want to help them, anybody who comes to do an inquiry or apply or ask about applying, take their information down and let's set up perhaps a workshop where we can invite them to come back and say, hey, this is the process. Let us take more time in an organized fashion to tell you what the steps are. And maybe we can get 2 or 3 to complete the process rightfully, right? It's going to be about education. So I think if we do $1,000, I doubt that they're going to respond. It's rigorous, and for many of the vendors, it's easier to just go out and sell the raspados and risk it.
And that's where I'm coming from, because we have vendors, we have street vendors, we have the eloteros, we have the raspados, we have the tamaleros, we saw it on Firestone. So we cannot not see what's going on in front of us, because we're not attempting to help them in one way. Because I heard that it was difficult to get a permit from the city of Downey. So this is where I'm coming from. We need to help.
Sit down, Mr. Herman.
Because they're still here. They're here. They're not going to go nowhere. They're might going to go to Bell Gardens and they're going to come back again.
And we can gather information from code enforcement if they've made contact with vendors. Again, I don't think we want to be punitive. I echo what Mr. Scott said, but at the same time, we need to look out for the health of our residents and encourage the vendors to just do it the right way. So I know Councilmember LaPlante has his hand up.
Yes, Councilmember LaPlante.
Yeah, are you done?
Yeah, but I would like to make a motion that we allocate.
Yeah,
Go
ahead. I had another comment.
I actually like
Yes.
Councilmember LaPlante's idea of getting a report, because I want to see exactly what's going on before I like your idea, but I want to see what's going on. What are the fees? That way we know what we're talking about, because right now we really don't know.
Well, I think if I may, Madam Mayor, and council colleagues, I think it's important. All of us understand people trying to earn an honest living, and we support that. Absolutely. But at the same time, there has to be a balance between, making it so easy that we have, hundreds and hundreds lining up our neighborhoods. And again, for matters of health enforcement, these are food handlers in many instances. And so they don't have access to washing their hands, or they don't have enough, trash receptacles in their carts to dispose of the trash. And so again, I think that we need to study what those fees are, but at the same time, we need to have parameters in place, and there's got to be a process. We talk about the aesthetics of our city, and we also talk about being pro-business and helping our brick and mortar stores. I do have a problem when I see somebody with a fruit stand, and those are delicious, by the way, setting up shop, right outside one of our stores that sells Bionicos, or that sells, they have a lease to pay, and they have employees to pay and salaries to pay. So again, I want to make sure that as we look at the different options, that we also look at having, specific areas, or maybe we make it where there's also a special, event. I know we have farmers market and they come out, but I think it is important that we look at from a public health standpoint, the health of our community, our safety, and also if every business is required to have a license to operate. I was just in Santa Monica over the weekend, and right outside the Santa Monica Pier, there's probably 8 food vendors, and they all had their business permits, and they all had their grades, letter grades from the Department of Health. And so if other people are doing it across the county, and I've seen those also in the city of Los Angeles. And so we need to, we are not going after, and I think somebody earlier mentioned, nobody's trying to criminalize street vendors, but in this city, we need to make sure that there is a process. And while I'm not, for being punitive, I do want to make sure that the individuals that are setting up shop outside of our schools have gone through a background check. We don't need, pedophiles or people with felonies selling across in our neighborhood. So I really want us to be conscientious that while we want to help and make it easy, our first responsibility is to the residents of the city in their safety, as well as the growth and prosperity of our local businesses, those brick and mortar stores as well.
Councilmember LaPlante?
We are talking different things, I believe, too. The food trucks, I think almost all of those are probably licensed and done by through the health department. I don't know that we have very many. I'm not going to say none because I know better than that. But most of those are all licensed commercial ventures. They have all their permits. They go from city to city, event to event. And that's not who we're talking about particularly. No. We're talking about the other kinds of vending. And we just need to figure out what we've got and where we want to head on those. I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of problems with the bacon dogs, though, because until we get a Coliseum or a Staples Center or a SoFi, those bacon dog guys are not going to be hanging around us.
Yeah.
And they're good too.
But again, I think, and that's where when we receive the information about the fees, the excessive, fees, those larger fees applied to the food trucks, not the street vendors. So again, I think I would also support the idea of really knowing how many, what are the fees that we're talking about, and we want to make sure that.
Could I offer to scope out what this study would include and bring it back at the next meeting, and then you can say yay or nay, this is the study that you want us to do?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
Can I make a motion for further study delineating the fees that are specifically for street vendors? Thank you, Delfina, for your report.
Second. Thank you, Delfino. Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Mr. Herman, second warning. Please stay quiet when you're out there. One more warning and you're out. Okay, last item, discuss creating a Downey Sister Cities Commission. This item was requested by Councilmember Trujillo. Councilmember Trujillo, you may proceed with your comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had the opportunity to start attending Sister City meetings after still in the pandemic, when they started meeting in person again. And the attendance was very low at all the meetings I went to. And speaking with the leadership, they're exhausted and asking for help. we had a recruitment event. Many people came. Then we were able to get them to the next meeting. And then the meeting after that, they didn't come back. As we all know, the Sister City program here in Downey is special because we have the first one in the country. It'd be a shame for the organization to become extinct. Yes. So I'm concerned about that. I'm open to ideas. One of them, in speaking with, I forget if it was Councilmember Gustavo Camacho from Pico, asked, how does your Sister City organization operate? And he says they actually have it as a commission where each council member selects a representative like we do with our other commissions, and the city's more hands-on and engaged with the Sister City Commission. So that's why I wanted to bring it for discussion. One of our organizations is in need, a historic organization, and I thought that we should at least consider the item to see how we can help them. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I would like to know really what are the pros and the cons of making the sister cities a city commission. I think, Councilmember Trujillo, we had toyed with that idea some years back. We tried very lightly. We didn't really have the staff do a full report. But again, I think there's of course pros and cons to everything. I would like to find out what other cities have a commission for their sister cities program. But I would also it would be a shame to see the Sister Cities program die. And I know that COVID kept many people away and it's been hard to get people back. So if we can have some recommendation. I don't want to create more bureaucracy or additional work, that is not necessarily meaningful. But I really would like to get some feedback from
City Manager
Mark.
Scott.
I was kidding earlier today when I said that I'm a walking, talking survey because I've worked in so many cities that I start ticking off in my mind all the different ways. Every one of the 9 cities I've managed has had a sister city program of one sort or another. And absolutely, I think there are things that we all can do to put life into the program, and it's worthy of doing. And frankly, if you're not going to do a good job with your sister city programs, you shouldn't do them, because it just makes you look bad to have a sister city that you're not doing anything with or for. So to do it at all is worth doing it right. But I'm a little bit leery of a Brown Act group.
Mr. Herman, that's your third warning. City Manager, can we please have the Sergeant at Arms escort Mr. Herman out?
I'm not making a noise. This is fucking crazy.
Let him stay.
Could you?
Okay,
I'm
no,
not making a noise.
Mark,
And you're blaming me for
What?
making a noise.
let him stay. Okay,
You're blaming me for making a noise, right?
Mr. Herman.
Quiet, Mr. Herman.
I just came over here and she blamed me. My animal
It's okay.
was shaking and she blamed me.
You can sit.
Thank
Please
you.
just sit down.
Mr. Herman.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little leery of the Brown Act implications of having a group of people that every time they want to make an appearance at a sister city event, they have to publicly notice the event and invite the whole public to attend. And it would kind of chill their ability for any 3 of them to get together at any point and talk. And sometimes you're going to want to do, it's just by its very nature, it's social. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things that we can do to try to strengthen the current situation. I don't know what it is because I haven't been here long enough to know, but maybe we can do a meeting with some of the leadership, the current leadership, and try to sketch out a few ideas on what we can do to help give them some oomph. Very rewarding if you can get them to work right.
Just some history. We met with the leadership of sister cities, with the city manager Livas and Maria Rivas. She's been great about assisting the organization in terms of promoting their meetings on our social media platforms, and it didn't go anywhere. But yeah, I'm open to it. I like the information. I like the idea of exploring the other options, maybe a committee where two of us meet, and then, we could do that. I agree on the Brown Act issue. So yeah, we don't have to decide today. Maybe we can agendize the item to give future, give the staff the chance to gather the information, and then we could take it from there.
I think it'd help me, for instance, to meet some of the people and listen to them.
Very well.
I'd be happy to do that. I've certainly worked with a lot of sister considering city, I can't even say it.
Okay,
city
so
committees.
we'll meet with them and then circle back at a future time. We'll
Right.
bring it back on agenda to
An
see what information we
ad
gather for you to
hoc
consider.
committee is not a Brown Act
Yeah, I think
committee, so. yeah.
That's right.
Councilmember LaPlante?
Unfortunately, the perfect example of why we don't want it to be a city commission is sitting in the front row. Because he'll go to those meetings and swear at them, and we'll be back where we were with the clergy council.
Yeah.
Good point.
So then make a motion to no action or bring it back.
We'll bring something back.
Sounds like you're directing Mark to meet with some people and come back at a later date with some
I'll
more
report back.
information.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have one item more, right?
next up, we have city manager, staff member comments, police chief response to city council question.
Yes, if I could, I listed this item under city manager and staff member comments at the end of the agenda. Several different kinds of enforcement activities occurred recently or been questioned recently. The illegal fireworks that we experienced July 4th weekend. There were some questions about gang activity in the city and the gang task force that we have that has been very successful, I believe. And there was also a question from Councilmember Formetta about street racing and street takeover type ordinances. And Chief Murray has some comments on each of these. And then on the first one with the fireworks, I thought Chief Herlock also would like to tell us about the kind of activity they had during the 4th of July weekend. So if I could turn it over to them to do oral report, I'd appreciate it.
Sir, would you mind if I took the podium?
Not at all. Don't take it away.
It just makes it easier to see everybody. Good evening, Council, Mayor Pacheco, and City Manager Scott. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about some of our enforcement activities that we have as related to some of the public safety issues that have come up here in City Council and the questions we've gotten from our residents. And I will talk about the fireworks, the gang activity, and the street racing and intersection takeovers we've been dealing with in collaboration with Fire Chief Herlock. We talked about this year's activities related to 4th of July. So interestingly enough, this year we found that our calls for service actually went down related to fireworks. Our citations remained about the same as the previous years. In the past 2 prior years, we'd issued 38 citations for illegal fireworks. This year it was 36. And those citations actually require an officer to have a visual observation of the fireworks being lit. So they're a little more difficult to issue, but as such, we issued 36 of those. And those are all administrative cites that carry a very heavy penalty. The fines range anywhere from $2,000 for a first offense up to $3,000 for a third offense. This year, we responded to 92 calls for service related to fireworks, and this is on the 4th of July from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the 5th. The previous year, we responded on 114 calls. This year, we had 6 fireworks-related fires on the 4th of July. They were typically limited to trash can fires and shrubbery. Is that the right terminology, Chief Herlock? Brush fires, thank you. So we did have those. We didn't have any structure fires on the night of the 4th, but I know we did have some in the days leading up to, including the one that was mentioned earlier this evening at the grocery outlet. I think that's where it started. And as I go through each of these items, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on that. That really summarizes our activity for the night of the 4th of July. I will just say that leading up to the 4th of July, the police department and the fire department for the past several years have worked together to get the messaging out to our community that illegal fireworks are not tolerated in the city of Downey. We coordinate with Public Works to get signage out. We coordinate with the third floor public relations department to get that messaging out through our social media outlets. And I think it's been impactful. Over the years, we've seen an overall reduction, though it may not always seem like it. We have seen a reduction in the number of calls that we're getting. So I think those efforts are paying off. Does anybody have any questions about 4th of July in particular? Mr. LaPlante?
Do you think we're simply getting less calls because people realize that calling and saying there are fireworks going off in the sky is probably not going to solve anything?
You know, that was a thought I had. And just to try and get the pulse, I talked to some folks who actually worked 4th of July, and they said it did seem a bit quieter. I don't know if that had to do with it being on a Monday and people had to go to work the next day, or if it's the fines, that messaging getting through, or yeah,
True.
or if they're just not calling. I don't know. But overall, we're happy to see that it's been reduced.
It didn't use excess police time running around to find, there are fireworks going off.
Exactly. And it truly is a public safety issue. Every year, we respond on fires. We've had structure fires to people's homes. I was sharing with Councilman Trujillo that a couple of years ago, we had one at an elderly care facility where we had to evacuate many people who were confined to beds. We did that along with fire, and it was a significant event. So we try to stay aggressive in terms of educating the public on the dangers and then taking enforcement action where appropriate.
I did want to add that I was very pleased to see the number of citations that got written. As the chief said, it's difficult to cite these because the officer has to see it. If you're in a city that completely bans fireworks, if an officer drives up and there's people doing fireworks right off the bat, they know there's something to cite. Mm-hmm. But if the people are using illegal fireworks, they can tell you that they're not, and they're just doing regular fireworks. You can't do anything. So there's a lot of cities that have virtually given up on citations, and they're so busy during the night just doing calls for service that they don't have the capacity to do the citations. I was very pleased here to see this department has not given up on enforcement. And that's actually a pretty good number of citations in one night. So I applaud them for that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, comments? No? I did want to mention that I noticed this year, it seemed like it was rare to hear fireworks right before 4th of July. I remember in previous years, it almost felt like the month prior to 4th of July. It was like every once in a while you would hear the fireworks, and it was on the day of or evening of 4th of July that everything just exploded, and it seemed like fireworks were everywhere. So by my house in South Downey, I only heard it the evening of and maybe 2 days thereafter with the fireworks here and there. Of course, it spooked my dog, which is always rough for me. But I didn't hear it like other years. So I think you're right. I think it was just less people using illegal fireworks.
Yeah, we can hope for that.
I'm hoping.
So moving on to the next item, and this came up at the request of Councilman Trujillo, I think back in June, and he'd requested an update on gang activity in the city of Downey. So let me just start off by saying, I think we do an excellent job in the city of Downey in collaboration with the community, the council, our school district, the police department, in sending a clear message that gang activity and gang crime is not tolerable in the city of Downey. And I think that is one reason why we experience a typically a lower level of gang crime and activity in the city of Downey. Now, we're not immune to it, but I can say that we don't experience the types of crimes that you see in some of the surrounding areas where it's gang on gang type crimes over turf or area territory, as you would say. That's not to say we don't have gang members that live in the city and commit crime, but we have a very aggressive gang unit. And when I say aggressive, I mean that they aggressively go out and gather intelligence on people who live in the city who are gang members and have criminal records. In the past, we've done probation searches as part of AB 109 efforts. And I think that sends a message to people who involve themselves in gang crimes that we're going to go after that and we're going to address it appropriately. Additionally, we work very closely with our school district. We share information. We meet with our school administrative staff monthly. Our gang investigators are in those meetings and they gather intelligence. They try to identify any kind of gang activity at an early age. We have kids in the middle schools and the high schools that are involved or that might have some type of gang writing on their folders, and they share information that helps us in our investigative efforts. The other partnership that's very important to the police department is that with Good, Gangs Out of Downey, we collaborate closely with them as well. They provide services to at-risk youth who might be going down that path. But I attribute our low numbers to those collaborative efforts. We also take a zero tolerance approach to any crimes that we connect with gang activity. We will investigate them to the fullest of our ability and seek charges for any crimes that they do commit. Another good measure of gang activity in any city is the presence of gang graffiti. And I'm very proud to say Downey has a very low instance of gang graffiti. This year, we've had 30 reported cases of graffiti within the city. 6 of those were determined to be gang type graffiti. And that number is extremely, extremely low. Some cities have that much in one day. But I attribute that to our excellent public works department, who is very aggressive with getting that stuff taken down as soon as it's reported or as soon as they see it. But all of that happens because our city is committed to minimizing the amount of gang crime in Downey. I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have with regard to gang crime.
I have more of a comment than a question. When I read the statistics about the graffiti, I was really impressed. I think the city is to be commended, particularly our police department, and being so proactive along with the 1020 about reaching out to the youth who are at risk. I think that says a lot about us in terms of embracing the fact that there's some young men out there who may go wayward, and we're using our resources, as we saw today with the allocation of the BCBG funds. So I just want to commend the police department, particularly in their approach. 4th of July, they patrolled in front of my mother's house, and my son was there and friends, and the police officers came by, said positive words, and it just says a lot about our police department and their approach. So I just want to commend you in that. I'm really happy to hear that Downey remains a city that not necessarily free of gangs, but we're proactive about preventing gangs. So thank you and to the department, as well as our public works for working on that.
Thank you. And moving on to the last area that's been of significant concern to both the residents and council, I want to talk a little bit about street racing and these intersection takeovers that have been going on regionally. And again, Downey's not immune. We haven't had some of the takeovers to the significant level that some of the surrounding cities have, but we have had some. What we've really experienced is the street racing and then the they'll do the same thing, but at our malls, and whether it's the Landing or the Promenade or Stonewood. And again, these are significant public safety issues. We've had people injured in these here in Downey, not to the level of other cities yet, and hopefully never. But it's important to us, and we're doing everything we can to address them. And just to share some of our efforts, we've been putting out for months, if not over a year, directed enforcement teams on the weekends. Typically, it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays where we see the highest incidents of these types of activities. So we've been sending those people out, specifically targeting crimes related to street racing and street takeovers. We send those folks to specialized training, typically put on by the California Highway Patrol, to be able to be knowledgeable about different violations of the vehicle code that we can use to cite these drivers, including modifications to vehicles that they use in these types of events. Those teams have taken on a zero tolerance approach, issuing citations for any violations, and also impounding vehicles where they are allowed by law. And sometimes those are for 30-day holds and really hits these offenders in the pocketbook. And I think that's been impactful in deterring folks from coming to Downey. We also work closely with the Highway Patrol on monitoring some of these groups. They're very social by nature, and we monitor the messaging that goes out to try and get ahead of these folks to deter them to not come to Downey.
Chief, I had reported that we have an ordinance in process. Is that correct?
We do. We are currently working with our city attorney, Jim Ecker, on an ordinance to kind of beef up our tools to be able to address the street racing, because one of the things that really encourages people to do this is the spectators. And so we wanted something to be on the books that would help us address spectators as well. Additionally, the Office of Traffic Safety from the state has approved, we have a grant, and part of that grant funding includes funds to support larger scale operations. And so we're going to be doing 6 4-man operations this year, beginning on September 1st. Additionally, we have one scheduled using just budgeted funds that'll be coming up here this month, just to have more people out on the street to proactively enforce those vehicle code sections that pertain to that. I feel like I'm missing something, but I think I covered it all. Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Sure.
I would like to know, Chief, in the ordinance that is being worked on, we are including not just the street takeovers, but also parking lots, right? Vacant parking lots. I want to make sure that, that is also covered. And we want to make sure that whatever it is in there that we can actually enforce. So as you've indicated, impounding of the vehicles, and also looking at, spectator fines. Again, I know if cities have these tools in their toolbox, we can easily utilize those, and this type of behavior can definitely be minimized or deterred altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're working, like I said, with Jim Eckert on that. I don't have a draft in front of me yet, but I want to make sure it's inclusive of everything that we can put in that ordinance to give us those tools to address it, whether it's spectators or any other tools that other cities have already found to be successful, because it's a significant problem and it's not getting any better. If you watch the news, it's escalated also into other crimes being committed at these scenes. We've had shootings at these scenes. So we're trying to take a comprehensive look at the problem and use everything, whether it's, we sometimes find these young people with NOS tanks in their cars, firearms, open containers. It just really is a growing problem. So we'll make sure that ordinance that we present to council is as inclusive as we can.
How soon is that from coming back? I want to make sure that we, get to vote on something like this before the end of the summer.
I believe that Jim Eckert is very close to getting that. If he has not already reached out today at some point to give us a draft.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Trujillo had some comments.
Just concerned about echoing what Councilmember Fermetto said. They seem to be attracted to the downtown parking lot. I've gotten some emails and calls about loud cars going in and then going to the top, I guess, is where they hang out. So, but I know we have a downtown Downey team, so hopefully they're looking out for that.
And those teams that we're putting out, they go to all the locations that they typically go, and they'll proactively check those areas. It's just hard to be in all those spots at one time. And, you know, the other issue is they've caused significant damage to some of these parking lots. I know the Promenade last year experienced some significant damage to a newly paved over parking lot. So we do proactively go to those locations that we know that they tend to hang out. And we do get a lot of calls from the public as well.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you.
I'd just like to also say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share. I'm so proud of the good work that our police officers do for our department. You know I spoke about our gang detectives and our directed enforcement teams, but all of our officers are out there every day doing a great job to address these issues for us. So thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you
to the department.
And also please thank our police officers. Thank you to the officers that are here. You know how much we respect and admire each and every one of you and for all that you do. I think you feel the love from the council and from the city. And please thank the rest of our police officers. And we have to also share our love with the firefighters. So Fire Chief, please thank our firefighters because I know they did an exceptional job during 4th of July.
Well done.
And no other comments? Okay, we're going to now adjourn the meeting in memory of Frank Tripepi, longtime public leader, victims of the mass shooting in Highland Park, Illinois, victims of the Ukraine crisis, and the lives lost due to COVID-19. A moment of silence. Meeting adjourned.